Hello. Hello. Welcome everybody, hope you're having a lovely day today. My microphone is in a slightly different position than usual, so let me know if I'm too loud or too quiet. Anyways, welcome to you Rackadactylus, welcome to you for 101 months of support. That's crazy, dude. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay, hope you're doing well. Welcome to you as well, Murthus. Welcome to you, Northrex. Welcome to you, Zed there. Hello. And also, welcome to you again, Northrex. So, I'm actually trying out simultaneously streaming to YouTube as well, just because I'm curious whether there's any people that would be interested in watching over there. And if nothing else, at least that way we have the VODs already over there and they don't get deleted like they get on Twitch. So, that's kind of my idea as to why I would want to live stream on YouTube anyways. But it also means that I will have to, you know, kind of pay attention to two chats rather than just one now. So I will do my best, as usual, but as usual I'm terrible at reading chat in time. You do prefer YouTube over Twitch? The YouTube mobile app is much better than Twitch in your opinion? That's a fair opinion. But yeah, my main purpose for this is that way I don't have to remember or, well, frankly go through the effort of editing stuff and then uploading it to YouTube separately and it's already over there. If Twitch didn't just remove the ability to keep VODs around forever, then this wouldn't be a problem, but alas, it made me stream to YouTube as well at the same time. Anyways, welcome everybody. You like watching VODs? Yeah. You can watch VODs on Twitch too, like they're gonna be there for about 3 months on Twitch, on my channel, because it is partnered. But after 3 months it's just gonna be gone, because there's absolutely no point, in my opinion, to highlight stuff on Twitch anymore. At least not these kinds of standard playthroughs anyways. Like technically, if I were to actually make a highlight, you know, it would be fine, but I'm mostly doing like full playthroughs of various games and challenges, so it just doesn't make any sense. Anyways, welcome everybody, hope you're having a lovely day. Let's hop back into this mess of a game. I'm gonna start a timer so I don't forget about it, and welcome back to Final Fantasy 5. This is the old mobile / Steam version, and my goodness, yeah, it plays a lot more clunky than I remembered. Like, I do genuinely like the sprite work they put in, even if the main character models are standing a bit very strange, let me be frank. But at the same time, anything they redrew, it just looks nice in my opinion. But then again, the actual gameplay and everything else is more on the unfortunate part, let's put it this way. It's also really weird that they're not tile-based, we can gradually move as we like. It's so strange. Anyways, Gatling, did you know that these things have a rare drop for a soft item? I'm currently doing a bit of research for the Seer challenge, so that's kind of why I pointed out. Anyways, that's gonna be a topic for a different day. Also, I think we ran out of potions last time, so let's continue over here. I'm not playing with the mobile controls, I'm actually playing on keyboard. They don't have rebindable keybinds, but the default keybinds are just acceptable, even if I'm not entirely sure as to what they are. Also, I have to individually buy potions one by one. Apparently I can't buy that many. I don't know if there's an easy way to buy everything, but here we are. Anything else? Well, we do absolutely want to go and pick up the ice rod, that's the main reason why we're here. Because we are still freelancers. As usual, this is a Final Fantasy 5 for Job Fiesta. What this means is that we are going to be randomly assigned a job from any of the crystals that we unlock And once we have those jobs available, we have to have at least one of the jobs represented in our party in a given moment. The first job we randomly rolled happened to be Dancer. Also, let's see the piano flex. Come on, Galif. Piano flex. Anyways, the first job we happen to be assigned is a Dancer. A Dancer is a Earth Drop class, so we actually cannot use that one yet, even if we wanted to. So there's that. And I think after potions, everything we want is already acquired, so let's move on. I actually don't know how I'll be able to use an ice rod in combat, but I guess we're gonna find that out as time progresses. It's very peculiar. So, in previous versions of Final Fantasy, aka Super Nintendo and Game Boy Advance version, these enemies would never get an attack in when I'm trying to run, because they're slower than even freelancer classes and they have absolutely no run resistance. Well, with the exception of getting into back attacks, that is a different topic entirely. Oh, interesting. So unlike other versions, you do not actually need to get a turn before you can run away in this one. I think that is similar to the Game Boy Advance version. Not entirely positive on that. Hey, yes, Grunt. Welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. And Gluten Morgan. Welcome to you, Risa-kun. Hope your glutes are in good order. Welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. You got to play this version of Final Fantasy 5 on your phone when it was new? I believe I also ended up playing it when it was new. Let's see if we can go diagonally through these plants. Nope. You still get poisoned. So if you step on these plants, you get poisoned. But I was gonna use a tent here anyways, so it doesn't really matter. I don't know why they wave at you before using an item or a tent on the overworld. Also, it's more like a pyramid that we are using. It looks so weirdly like sandstone-y. Alrighty, then we get into a little cutscene here. With the boss coming up, that's gonna be Magiza. That's a fast arrow there. Nice. So yeah, her name is Magiza, with 2 S in this version. And she notably has less HP than the previous boss. She only has 650. However, once she drops below 300 HP remaining, she will call in Forza. However, theoretically we can skip her summoning Forza if we one-shot her by breaking the ice rod that we picked up earlier. If you use an ice rod as an item in combat, which you need to be able to equip these items in order to do so, well, at least usually you need to be able to do so. I don't know about this version. You can break it and it will cast a level 3 ice spell or Icegar? Frostgar? What do you call it? Anyways, apparently she's faster than us in this version, which I think is accurate. Equipment. Frost Rod. We equipped it now, then we select it, then we just use it. Let's see, this should be 740 damage, she just goes down and does not summon Forza. Perfect, that's exactly what we want. So yeah, a level 3 ice spell is 185 base attack power. Oh, to put this into perspective, 185 base attack power is about... Well, we have a base attack power of 15 right now. So it's like 13 times our damage output in one swing, if you will. And it still works. Also, right now Lena is poisoned from the cutscene earlier. Usually she gets unpoisoned after we get to the Hiryu here. I don't know whether that's gonna be true for this place or not, but we'll see. Blizzaga it is, right. For some reason I couldn't remember. That makes a lot more sense. Hello, Zekmet, streaming on YouTube. Welcome to you. And yes, I'm streaming to YouTube for the main purpose of that way I don't need to edit and remember to put my videos up on YouTube, because frankly I have been kind of slacking in that lately. And I figured streaming to YouTube at the same time would kind of alleviate that issue. Because when you go into the Live tab, you don't necessarily expect there to be, you know, high quality edited content. And if I upload like just a full playthrough onto YouTube, that is not particularly interesting to most people that presumably mostly want to watch more like edited playthroughs, if that makes sense. So this seems like a nice middle ground. Plus, that way I also have a good way of just preserving it online for somebody else to watch rather than just me making local recordings. So, if any issues arise over there on the YouTube side or on the Twitch side, please do let me know. I will try to do my best to read the chat in time. Double poisoned. Well, let's see if she's still poisoned. Normally she gets unpoisoned here. Hey! I like the little sprite of the Hiryu. Alright, she did get unpoisoned, very nice. Honestly, I don't know if this is true or not, but given the track record of Square Enix at the time, I kind of expect this version here to be basically just a wrapper around the Game Boy Advance version. So if you don't know what a wrapper is, it's basically you repackage certain software and such in, you know, a wrapper, so it gets a new presentation, but in the inside, technically the old code for everything is still running. So that's kind of what I expect this to be. Also, let's see. Oh, there's somebody behind the tree. I was wondering what the exclamation mark was. Okay, that little passage is still there. Basically, they made this version of the game extremely faithful, maybe too faithful to the original. I'm just kind of curious whether that's what they did, because that's basically what they did for Secret of Mana as well, where there were certain weird and quirky interactions that had absolutely no place in a remake for it to be re-implemented like that, if they weren't just running the original code underneath the entire thing. And considering that the sprites are kind of, you know, they have the exact same kind of animations and expressions as they have in the original, just technically higher resolution, rather than anything custom made for them. That's kind of what I think this is. You think mechanically there are quite a few differences to the GBA version? Yes. I think at least the battle system feels like it is mostly remade. I don't know how true that is for, like, basically, like, these overworld cutscenes and interactions and anything on the overworld. I kind of feel like it's just very a carbon copy of the Game Boy Advance version, which, you know, not intrinsically a bad thing. But there are definitely a few notable changes in the Game Boy Advance version, but yet it's kind of similar still. Is the game a little too loud for anyone else, or is it just your headphones? It might just be too loud. I do have the microphone here in a slightly different location than I usually do. So thank you for letting me know. I'm going to just tone down the game just a little. And this should hopefully be better on your side too. Feel free to let me know if it's still too loud. I can still adjust it. This is one of those things that, because I stream a variety of different games, it's easily possible that one of these games I end up streaming is just a bit too loud. Because it's kind of difficult to gauge by just seeing the little volume bars go up and down. And there's not really, like, audio engineering is, you know, an engineering faculty or class, or basically it's its own entire thing. You can become a crazy expert in that stuff, and there's high demand for those kinds of people that know that much about engineering, you know. There's a reason for that. because audio engineering is difficult to do right, and I'm not good at it. I'm just doing my best with what I'm given, which sometimes might not necessarily produce great results. Anyways, the main reason why we came over to this castle here, it is entirely optional, you don't have to go over here once you get the wind streak. It is because we are still freelancers and we would like to get some extra pieces of equipment from this place, right here. There's a button in the wall. By the way, if you have a thief, you can actually see the hidden passages, but I just happen to know them anyways. So here, we're going to get a few very useful items. The Ashura, which is a katana. Shurikens we can't use because those are a ninja throwing weapon. And we get the healing staff from the Chancellor himself, as well as, I think this is the bell in this chest here. The healing staff, basically, that's a long walk away from that guy. The healing staff effectively casts the Cura spell whenever you attack with it. That means you don't want to attack enemies with it unless they're undead. We also get the Diamond Bell, which, if it's like the Game Boy Advance version in terms of damage output, bells are actually really strong in that version. Apparently they've been toned down in other versions, although they're still decent. Well, specifically the Rune Bell is still decent in the Game Boy Advance version. Any other bell is just not high enough attack power. Anyways, let's take a look. What do we give Lena? Let's give Lena the Diamond Bell. You can actually deal full damage from the back row of this thing. Well, probably anyways. I don't know if you can. Then, we're gonna have Yagamoth as our main frontline guy this time around. So we're gonna give him the Ashura, which is a decently strong katana. Actually, it has really good attack power for this point of the game. We're gonna give Ferris, our fastest current character, the Whip. The Whip is basically also a reach weapon. It deals full damage from the back row. With 26 attack power, it's a decent bit stronger than the previous weapon we had. But also, more importantly, that thing also allows us to potentially paralyze enemies. Technically, it tries to use the same ability as the Beastmaster's Tame ability, so theoretically it should only work against beast-type enemies. But I don't know if that's actually how it works. Froggy! Ribbit, ribbit. That works very well since Twitch deletes VOD, sadly. Also, that was 7 minutes ago. I'm sorry, I didn't read that in time. But yeah, basically, ever since Twitch deletes VODs, effectively, because you can only have 100 hours of highlights, which is nothing for a channel like mine. Like, single playthroughs might last longer than that if I do certain challenge runs. Ever since then, we buy one iron shield. Let's buy 2. Actually, I need to sell things. But yeah, ever since then, it's just kind of felt entirely pointless to highlight stuff on Twitch because, well, I'm not gonna be able to preserve the VODs, so I just started doing local recordings of basically everything instead, in case I want to highlight or upload something to YouTube. But at the same time, it's just like, you know, an extra step. I locally record and then I have to physically upload everything to YouTube afterwards, including giving a nice thumbnail and everything, and it's just been a lot of work that frankly I've been kind of slacking on recently. So sorry about that to anybody on YouTube. But I hope this might just kind of help with this. Let's buy 1 iron armor, and that's all I want. So the reason why we're going to buy just 1 set of equipment is, let's see, there we go, optimize. Perfect. So Yagamoth has now a grand total of 15 defense. We will actually give him 1 more item that gives him 1 extra defense in just a little bit. 15 defense is a lot at this point in the game, like heaps of it, so to speak. And it just so happens that the next boss you can mostly neutralize if you have really high physical defense. You can also mostly neutralize him if you get lucky with the whip paralysis attacks, but we'll see how that's going to work for us. Oh shoot, I didn't go to the castle first. Right, I forgot. Yeah. I was already further ahead in my head than I was. Hello, welcome to Evil Knievel, hope you're doing well. In this version it almost looks like we are spending the effort ourselves to lift up the gate and open the thing. Hello, welcome to you as well, Ryo Power, hope you're doing well. That's a lot of streams. Also another point, you're pretty sure a lot of people prefer watching on YouTube over Twitch. Yeah, somebody mentioned earlier that the YouTube app apparently is nicer if you especially watch on mobile, which I believe. It used to be that YouTube's live streaming was just strictly worse than Twitch, but over the years they've gotten significantly better and better with all sorts of things. And I would say it's at least equal, if not better. For one of my favorite features on the live streaming side on YouTube is it basically allows you to just go back in the timeline to wherever you want at any point. And for whatever bizarre reason, Twitch decided to implement that feature as well, which is great, because that's a fantastic feature, but then lock it behind needing to be a subscriber on Twitch to use it. Like, in my opinion, again, it's great that they implemented that too. I'm just baffled that they would lock such an important, you know, feature for them to stay competitive behind having to be a subscriber. Sir, I need you to go out of the way, please. Thank you. I'm not used to how you can or cannot go around the characters in this place. Right, now we go over to the water tower. I forgot we needed to summon the meteor by walking into the king's castle first. Save. Considering this game already crashed once, save often and save frequently is my mantra. And welcome as well, Q-Duke Eat. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, I'm basically just testing the live stream side on YouTube. It's something I meant to set up since a long time, but it's one of these things that I just kept forgetting for a while. And then just dual streaming onto YouTube also ends up being a bit of an awkward thing. Thanks to Ethrenion, I actually got a little plugin that was originally designed for, I think, Japanese VTubers. Or VTubers in general. It's in Japanese basically. That now allows me to very easily stream to the two platforms at the same time. That's another back attack. Supposed to be 1 in 16 chance, but you know, I guess 1 in 16 happens once in a while. It's not really much of a reason for me to fight much here. Especially not in a back attack. That reminds me. Wait, no, the equipment comes afterwards. Here. No, next room. This should be the Wyvern room where we frequently run into Wyverns. But we don't get many encounters here. There's actually an interesting thing I noticed in the Pixel Remaster. Basically, it seems the Pixel Remaster kind of keeps a global step count of everything rather than having the step count be area dependent. Like the original Super Nintendo and Game Advance versions, in a lot of like in-between rooms, you don't even know that there's potential encounters there because, well, due to the weird way the step count is handled, frequently enough, you just don't happen to get into encounters in those like in-between areas. And in the Pixel Remaster, you frequently do get into, well, a lot more frequently get into these in-between area encounters due to how it works. Right, so Galuf right now will have the Silver Armlet. This gives him 1 extra defense. This gives him 1 more defense than the boss has attack. So the boss actually has an attack range of 15, 16, 17 and 18 if I'm not mistaken. And the thing about the next boss is that he mostly has like really high... So let's put butts in the back row. The boss mostly has a really high... attack multiplier, but his attack is not particularly high. So that means the more defense you have, like each individual point of defense reduces the amount of damage Galura does by a lot. Let's see. I also moved my microphone over to the other side so I would be able to see my second monitor properly. So it's actually kind of nice that it's not in the way now. You know, people rant a lot about this Final Fantasy V version it's fine by you, but you're always stunned by the higher quality of the enemy sprites in battle. They look so good. Yes, I kind of like to say that as well, where honestly the sprites in this version, just overall, like anything that they redrew, in my opinion, looks great. Like even this Yagamoth front-facing sprite, it looks great. The sideways is a bit weird because, you know, his legs go backwards where his chest goes outward. Like, that's really strange. But honestly, just kind of for the most part, aside from like that weirdness, they look really good. Like even Galura here, it's very recognizable that... Actually, it's not recognizable what this thing is at all from the backside, never mind. yeah. In Europe, this version could be so much more with better art style direction. Yeah. As mentioned, I think they literally just redrew over the original sprites. Like they just remade the sprites but had them in the exact same positions and everything. But the visuals look really nice in my opinion. Right, Galura, he mostly physically attacks and doesn't really do a whole lot else. So now this is where Ferris comes in with the whip. Hopefully, she paralyzes the enemy, and she actually did successfully do so. And now we can just attack him. Normally, well, he has 1200 HP, and Galura normally would retaliate very, very strongly. Wait, did that paralysis Lance's by missing? Anyways, Galura would normally retaliate with 2 physical attacks if he wasn't paralyzed. If he did counterattack and we didn't land the paralysis, then we would actually still have Ferris, Yagamoth, who basically takes no damage from his physical attacks for the most part. Wait, the Ferris not attacks just now? What the heck? Sometimes this version is weird, where it just jumps over. Alright, we just got lucky. If you just get lucky with the whip, allowing your characters to attack without getting retaliated on, it's very, very easy. But of course, the whip is a Beastmaster weapon, and in the Job Fiesta you don't usually have a Beastmaster at this point, so the only way you can use it right now is by having a character be a freelancer. Same with the Katana, the Ashra, which by the way, we also saw a crit from that. I think it has like a 12% chance to critical hit if I'm not mistaken. Turns out mammoths aren't great at magic. Yep. I'm actually kind of curious whether the whip did in fact have a chance to paralyze there, even though Ferris missed the actual attack. Because that's possible. We're too late, indeed. Alrighty, also this means we have now just arrived at the second crystal, which means we get to roll again. So this is, for the rule set, I believe a Habu per run, as they call it, which effectively leans towards earth and wind crystals. However, this still means we could still get the water crystal right here, because just leaning towards earth and wind crystal, all that means is that there's always a chance to roll a wind and earth crystal job at any given crystal. So in this case, for the water crystal, we can roll water, earth or wind jobs right now. And which one is it gonna be? Well, who knows? We already have Dancer, which is kind of funny. That's the 3rd Dancer we have in like 4 runs or so. Alrighty, and then the last crystal shard, that one is gonna be lost forever. Well, unless you go and grab it back in World 3, but that's not until way later. Okay, I'm gonna save before I tap out, because last time I tapped out of a cutscene, the game crashed. So I'm just gonna wait to save, and then we're going to get our next crystal or jobs to roll. So with a Dancer, I always like having a Thief as well in the team, and we can still roll a Thief because it's a wind crystal job. But also at the same time, I guess we already had Thief in the past few runs too, so maybe not the most interesting. Alternatively, there's like a Red Mage that I kind of personally enjoy in conjunction with a Dancer, because in the late game we can have a Red Mage dance very effectively. Because they can equip swords, so we can give the rune sword to a Red Mage and then dance in the front row for massive damage. Also, Silver always looks like it's grinning from the top down. Which is a bit goofy, but you know. Goodbye, Silver. Bye, Sildra. That's a very sad cry right there. Alrighty, save, and now I'm tapping out. Let's see what our next job is going to be. I need to remember to also tap back over to the YouTube chat afterwards, otherwise I can't see you guys. Anyways, welcome everybody, hope you're having a lovely day today. Unlock the water job, let's see what it's gonna be, and we get... Oh, I like this one. Actually, it's not good. That's not good at all. I just realized that's not good at all. No. My initial impression was like, oh, I like this job. This is a great job to have for, like, the vast majority of the game. The exception is right now, actually. I would prefer to have a different job available at this point in time, but... Well, where's my stream controls? Our next job is... White Mage. Again, White Mage is great. Like, it is fantastic support class, and in the late game it can just single-handedly carry you through encounters that you're way too low level to survive yet. But... oh dear. You know, White Mage is a job we do have available right now. This means everybody has to become a White Mage now, and let me put it this way. White Mage is not exactly well known for being a particularly good class in terms of offense. In fact, we only have one weapon right now. We won't be able to buy one either until later. Oh no. Oh dear. Well, welcome to the Job Fiesta. Sometimes you have easy jobs like last time. Sometimes you have to beat up Liquid Flame with White Mages. Well, you know, normally you just head straight through the Meteor and go over the Karnak. Actually, I still should do that, because we haven't bought any spells yet. Oh dear. At least you got past Garuda first. Oh, the Garuda is the easy part. I'm mostly worried that we're not gonna get a usable job at the Fire Crystal, and then we would have 4 White Mages in this version of the game against Biblos. If you don't know, Thief and White Mage just strictly can't have enough damage output to defeat Biblos without running it out of magic. It is statistically impossible. Like, technically it's possible, but practically not really. No Soul Cannon will be easy, but slow too. Yeah, Soul Cannon is not a problem. I just don't want to do Biblos again with just white mages and or thieves. I've done that before, I'm good. I've done a solo white mage, I've done a solo thief. Tell you what, I will donate an additional, like, whatever it takes to the charity to briefly switch one of my characters to a freelancer for Biblos if it comes to it. And then immediately back after into white mages. It's just Biblos. I don't really care about the others. I just don't want to deal with Biblos. Like, could you stop with the back attacks? Come on, game. It's 1 in 16. That's so rude. And Lena goes down. Oh well. It's fine. I guess we're just running away from the encounters anyways. Well, I was going to just get an intentional wolf encounter, but, you know, there's a bit of a problem with this. The wolves are... We don't have a weapon to deal with them, that's the problem. In fact, trying to gain levels right now is gonna be... awkward. Also, I think this was the version where we can actually buy way more of these items than we're supposed to. So what I'm gonna do here... No! I accidentally quit out of the menu entirely. I meant to just back out to go to the sell menu instead. So you normally can only buy one item here for a super discount, because for whatever... I think they're just scared of you, so they just give you a super discount. But in this version, for whatever reason, they didn't check that you can just buy as many as you want from one item for the super discount and then just sell it back for extra money. It's fine, don't worry. I could just reload the save, but it's okay. Talking about the single character challenge, is that a ROM hack you have with all advanced jobs unlocked at the start, available anywhere? You hadn't been able to find it. It's not as much of a ROM hack as it is just a cheat code that I've been using to unlock all of the jobs immediately. And I don't remember the details, but I didn't really find a cheat code that works properly. Can I just say that Sid's sprite looks great in this? At least in my opinion, it looks great. Anyways, I couldn't really find a ROM hack to unlock all of the things immediately, but what I did do is I just used the cheat code to unlock all of the jobs instead. And also, I think I made the job menu available immediately instead of after the wind crystal, like 2 separate cheat codes for that. That's the only modification I did, basically. The items are so cheap because forging is aided by the fire crystal amplifier. When Sid shuts it off, they lose that benefit and things become expensive again. Is that the actual story? Because that's very believable. Yeah. You should be able to find like cheat codes for it if you are using on an emulator for it. An NPC in Karnak says that. Huh, nice, thank you Rizukun for the correction. I always just assumed because they saw like a monster werewolf come out of the meteor and then they saw us come out of the meteor, they were scared of us and didn't want to offend us, so they gave us a really good discount. But no, apparently there's actually story reasons instead. Something like forging weapons and armor is super easy thanks to the fire crystal. The market got hit fast, huh? Soon as the machine turned off, boom. I mean, yeah, it makes sense, right? Because the immediate implication is that their forges no longer work. Well, properly anyways. So the response is, well, whatever we have in stock right now is all we have, so you better pay the prices because there's not going to be anything new. At least we can heal, right? Yes, we definitely can heal. It's actually great to watch Final Fantasy 5 live content. You're currently making your way through Final Fantasy 8. It sucks big time for you. Oh, interesting. I thought Final Fantasy 8 when I played through it was rather fascinating to me. It's not really my favorite Final Fantasy. Also, can we interact with a fire? Hey! Yeah, it's the same interactions as the Game Advance version. Whee! I wouldn't say Final Fantasy 8 was my favorite Final Fantasy, but I found myself actually very intrigued by the various characters in general. The battle system itself was strange, because I always felt compelled to just draw from each enemy, because that just felt like the correct thing to do, but it also tend to slow down the game to a bit of a crawl because of it. Anyways, so the reason why I came over here to Karnak is actually for a very simple reason. And that reason is because we can buy some good spells over here, I think it is, yes. There's Cura, this is the higher level cure spell. And we're gonna buy the other spells too later, and we're gonna buy the lower level cure spell as well. But I just want the healing spells for now, because we're gonna not do the... excuse me. Usually when you get to Karnak, you immediately go and start grinding on the wolves around here. But we can't really do this with these characters. Sell this. Because, well, we can't use any reasonable weapon anymore. We're gonna keep the katana, and I guess if we do get a Beastmaster, I would be able to buy the whip again, so it's fine to sell it for now. We're also gonna sell iron shields. Don't need the dagger anymore. We keep the knife as usual, in case we need to knock somebody out of confusion. Actually, the white mages can't even use that. Sell the Mithra Hunt too. Alright, we have a bit of money. We don't need that many Phoenix Stones. We have white mages to keep everybody alive. So we sell some, and now we're just buying plumed hats for everybody. These are really nice headgear equipment, and silk ropes for everybody too. Well, that's basically as good as it gets for defense for us. And I would like to buy silver armlets for everybody as well, because that's literally as good as it gets for defense as well. So we need an additional 800 gold, 724. So we're just gonna sell 2 more Phoenix Stones. We don't have the resurrection spell yet, but we can just buy back Phoenix Stones once we're done with the grind, because let's be real, we'll have to grind for quite a while. Can I switch character? I can. Optimize, optimize, optimize. But yeah, we have 1 weapon we can use. Well, technically 2. The healing stuff is also considered a weapon. And now what I'm gonna do is config and set a remember the cursor location. And I'm curious whether that's gonna work for us. Also, we kind of would like to have Lena not be taking a nap right now. So we will be using a tent shortly. But what are we gonna do? We're gonna go back to the ship graveyard, because that's where the undead enemies are. It's like one of the few things that we can reliably knock out as just white mages. Also, it's a bit weird, but you can actually put every single character into the back row to take half physical damage. So that works. You would think you would need at least 1 character in the front row, so there is in fact a back row, but no, this game just goes... Everybody can be back row. Everybody can take and deal half physical damage. Yes, it just blows open the thing at the wall instead of into the outside. You know, arguably, whether he wanted it or not, Sid kind of kicked off the entire era where our characters are kind of considered the heroes, quote unquote, for rescuing everybody, I guess. I mean, the castle still is gonna explode, I suppose. Anyways, welcome to the grind. We're gonna be here for a while. I will probably go downstairs. I actually don't know what's better for grinding. This place or the other one. So just wanted friends. Probably. I mean, he found friends if nothing else. First strike. Alright, white magic, cure Ra, hit all enemies. 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 And I hope, and I don't think it will happen, I hope that we'll now have cure Ra as the first thing selected every time, because this is gonna be a bit of a long grind. It would be convenient. It does. Okay, so memory cursor does in fact just literally memorize absolutely everything here. So I will be able to just press the confirm button in order to cure Ra every time. That's actually convenient. In the Game Boy Advance and Super Nintendo version, memory cursor only memorizes the type of spell or the specific spell you use, but not the targets. Which means that normally memory cursor just selects the cure Ra spell in this situation, and then you still have to press left in order to target enemies, and all the way left in order to target all enemies. However here, because it also memorizes the target, we can just do this. If you have a high enough white mage, you can just use cure instead of cure Ra, but we have low levels. With our cactus, this is not gonna be sufficient anytime soon. I have high hopes that Liquid Flame is just going to be slow but not particularly difficult. But if Liquid Flame does not remember its MP between forms, then we're gonna be having a bit of a longer battle against it. You're out of cure, that's fine. Actually, is it fine? I don't know if it's fine. Paris usually is gonna run out of MP first, and then Lena, because she has the highest speed. So she usually goes first. Wow, that circle just sucks you in. There's like a gravitational pull right there. Cute and wholesome undead enemies. Maybe. I mean, let's put it this way, they made... Wow, that's really a gravitational pull there. They made the... those Psycho Head enemies a lot more comic style-y, if you will. A lot less actually gruesome compared to what you kind of expect them to be, I would say. Let's actually use Cure 1 on Ferris. Okay, Cure 1 plus Cure 2 actually does do the trick. We also can get elixirs from these enemies. The Undead Husks as well as the Carcursor enemies both have a rare drop chance for elixirs. So those would heal our HP and MP back to full. Cute and wholesome undead enemies, intimidating and evil white mages. Yep, we're just running in circles, waiting to run into a patrol of enemies until we find them and eradicate them. Are we the bad guys here? Probably. I have to admit, this is not the version of the game that I would want to do this kind of grind on with just white mages. On other versions I would just go, oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. But this version, I don't really know what to expect of the enemies for the most part, or the bosses. Like whether they work the same way I expect them to, or whether I need to prepare for a whole different kind of disaster too. Now that's actually an interesting point. The enemies just gave us a back attack. Oh, also HP sap. is actually indicated by visual effect and buts right now, and it's also decently strong in this version apparently. Anyways, I think I actually want to be in the front row, because front row and back row get swapped when you get into back attack, and theoretically our white mages should be way faster than all of the undead enemies here, so we should be able to knock them out before they get to move. So Lena's out of MP. Oh, 2 cures? Knock out these enemies, huh? So I'm actually not entirely sure what level we should get to. But what actually I do think what I should do is I should focus my experience on less than all the characters, probably. I'll probably get everybody to a decent level, let's say level 11, 12, 13. And then afterwards I'm gonna attempt to only keep 2 of the white mages alive. So we literally double the speed of the grind. Okay, let's use regular cure spells on everybody. Because there's a decent chance that we're going to level up soon to a level where we're gonna reach a certain magic threshold, where our spells are gonna deal more damage, which should mean at that point that 2 level 1 cure spells are going to be enough to knock these guys out. I don't know which level that's gonna happen. I could check my spreadsheet, but okay, it'll be fine. Finally made it to a live stream. Welcome to you, Mulchi-Bear? Feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name if you'd like to. Welcome to the YouTube side of the streaming things. Hope you have a lovely day today. Yeah, I decided to try out YouTube streaming, and I finally remembered to try and set it up before I start the stream. Because in the last few days it's been like, oh, I should set up the YouTube stream thing. And then I keep forgetting to actually do it. But finally I remembered. Also, as usual, I'd like to apologize for probably reading your chat messages way too late, because I'm terrible at reading chats in time, because I tend to usually just be very focused on the game and trying to provide insightful commentary. Then again, not a whole lot of insightful commentary you can do when you're just grinding, because you got white mages for liquid flame. I'm kind of trying to decide whether this is faster walking speed than the Super Nintendo Game Boy Advance version, or whether it is the same. It's kind of hard to tell. It might be slightly faster. Thank you for the insight over the past several years of Job Fiesta. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Thank you for letting me know. You know, comments like that kind of make me think I really should get around to uploading this year's Job Fiesta to YouTube. Basically, I've just been kind of putting that off because I know exactly that I'm not gonna be happy just uploading the VODs as is onto YouTube. I want to at least cut out the breaks in between. So you don't have to just, you know, either wait for 15 minutes or manually go and push the player forward to escape past the break. That used to be very easy to cut out in the Twitch highlight thingy, and then export to YouTube. But as mentioned before, the Twitch highlight effectively doesn't exist anymore. So... I would need to cut the things out. At least I have a decent bit of video editing experience now, so that's a plus. But maybe that's not necessarily a big plus, because it just makes me want to... I could just do a little bit more than just do basic editing. I could maybe add a little bit of extra commentary, but then I get back in the territory of rewatching the entire thing, which, you know, for a stream that takes like 5-6 hours. That is at least 5 or 6 hours. Wait, that guy survived? Really? That's impressive. I guess one nice thing is that, for the most part, in World 1, most encounters only give you 1 ability point to learn your job abilities. But in, I think, this case, we get like 2 or even 3 ability points at a time, which is significantly better. Yeah, that guy just survived. Why do you deal 0 damage? Hold up. I think I noticed that yesterday. Let's see. Actually, before that, let's go and save. Just because I want to tab out to check something real quick. See, just in case. Alrighty, I want to check something real quick. So, status Lena. She just took 0 damage from this enemy in the attack. So yeah, I suspect the entire battle system is mostly remade based on, well, what I've seen so far. So, Lena has 6 defense, and the undead Rusk or Husk has 10 attack power. This means, no matter what, even in the back row, theoretically the undead Husk should never be able to deal 0 damage to a character if this was the original damage calculations. Because sure, we are in the back row, but in the back row you cut down or cut in half the attack multiplier, not the attack power. However, I suspect that in this version, the enemies cut the attack power in half instead. So, to get a little bit nerdy here real quick, all enemies, or in other versions anyways, have, or all characters have a base attack power based on their weapon, or, well, the enemies just have straight up attack power. And all characters also have an attack multiplier. Usually the multiplier is calculated for your characters, but for enemies they just have a set attack multiplier to whatever they happen to have. And attacking or dealing damage to characters is very simple. You calculate your attack power, which is just your attack power minus the enemy defense. And then you have your attack multiplier. Then you multiply the attack power with defense. Oh, was she defending this entire time? That's why we didn't knock it out? This version is weird. Sometimes the cursor just jumps down in the menu or up. It's really strange. Yeah, she's on defense for some reason. More quirks of this version. But yeah, basically you have an attack power and an attack multiplier. So you just calculate these things together. Let's see. We have 15 attack power of a broadsword. The enemy has 5 defense. So our effective attack power is 10. Then we add this little bit of extra variance to the attack based on the weapon. So usually that's just like means we have 10, 11, 12 or 13 attack power effectively at random. And then afterwards, you multiply it with whatever multiplier you have. And if you attack into the back row, your attack multiplier is halved, rounded down. So in extreme cases, where you are in the back row, your attack multiplier is halved for physical weapons. So let's say your base attack multiplier is 15, for example. Halved, which would mean 7.5, which is rounded down to 7. And then if you attack into the enemy's back row afterwards, your 7 is halved again to 3.5, rounded down to 3. So instead of dealing half damage with your 15 attack multiplier, you quarter damage, you effectively deal a lot less damage because of the rounding stuff. But still, the minimum damage you can roll is, you know, an attack multiplier of 1 times whatever your attack is. And unless we have high enough physical defense to negate the damage entirely, which we should have had for Galura, but not for these enemies here. Why are you defending Farius? This version is so scuffed. But it should never happen for enemies attacking us here, theoretically. Like, even if we're defending, this once again cuts the attack multiplier in half. Not the attack power. Even if we're defending, they should still deal some damage to us. So I guess I'm just gonna play whack-a-mole with the game randomly deciding that this is not the memory cursor I had before. And I need to catch it every time too. Anyways, not the most thrilling kind of gameplay, because we're just trying to gain levels. A bunch of elixirs for healing, which might seem a bit weird because don't we have the best healing class in the entire game? Yeah, we do. It's just even Cura spells are often not all that sufficient for how much damage you take in a lot of cases. Actually, that's not necessarily true. Usually in more reasonable Job Fiesta runs where you don't have to over-level dramatically, Cura is just perfectly fine. I guess... What, is Galuf defending now? I think he might be. Anyways, the main reason I would like to have elixirs, which did we pick up any by now? We have one. Is because they do recover our MP back to full. And I would like to focus my experience on just 2 characters in this grind here once we get to the point where 2 cure spells just knock out. He's moving the row. I'd like to focus all of the experience on just 2 characters, because if I have 2 characters against Liquid Flame, that's probably sufficient. One to actually use the flail and deal some damage, the other one is just there for support. No. Lena is defending now. It's just... this version is so scuffed. Memory cursor randomly deciding that... Nah, you were defending last time. And again, Lena just taking 0 damage there is just wrong. Do back row enemies do less physical damage to you? Yes, they do. Their attack multiplier is cut in half as well. What counts and doesn't count as back row is very specific to versions. Like here you'll think the guy on the left should be in the back row. And I believe in the Pixel Remaster version he is. I think in the Game Boy Advance version he is as well. But in Super Nintendo version, in that encounter, he is not in the back row. So it's just very, you know, whatever the developers felt like at the day when they programmed the encounters. At least that's what it seems like. I don't know if there's actually any overarching logic in it. But yeah, I guess this would be the ideal time to ask questions, because I have time to look over the chat. If you have any. I don't know. What's your favorite thing to eat during hot days? Because I mean, ice cream sounds really nice right around now. But maybe there's other things that are quite refreshing. Alright. But yeah, my idea was to just get enough elixirs to sustain the white mage being able to heal them back to full on their MP side, so we can only have 2 characters alive. Because unlike other characters, knocking out my own guys is actually gonna be a bit of a task, since we don't really have any good weapons. In fact, we only have one weapon right now. We only have one flail. The other weapon we could technically use at this point in the game would be a staff. Just a very basic staff. And that's also, once again, the main reason why we are just grinding here rather than in a much more commonly grinded forest against the wolves. Oh, okay. Is it when I get a preemptive strike? I was wondering whether maybe preemptive strike messes with the menus, because Lena's once again defending here. Nine damage. Critical attack. It says critical attack, but the funny thing is, it's not actually critical attack. It's actually the same damage as a regular strike. Level up our drop class. Is that a crit? I mean, yeah, the thing is, enemies have special attacks. It's anybody's guess whether those special attacks actually do anything. Sometimes they have various status effects attached to them. Sometimes they deal 1.5 or even 2 times damage. Sometimes they just do the exact same thing as a regular attack. And there's a surprising amount of enemies in this game that, where you can see it reads critical attack, but it's actually just the exact same damage as a regular attack. It's always a bit weird. Back attack. Let's see if the memory cursor is gone. Okay, this guy just dealt 0 damage. I have reasonable confidence that this game is using the same damage calculations. Yeah, Ferris is defending this time. So back attacks and preemptive strikes is when the menus get messed up. Oh, the cure on the golem, because it dealt more damage. Yeah, single target and multi-target spells are just... Multi-target spells basically just deal half damage to all enemies. It doesn't matter if there's 2 enemies or 200, all of the enemies take half the damage from a single target spell. Which means if there are at least 3 enemies in the encounter, that means you deal 150% damage. Well, potentially less than that because of how hitting multiple enemies usually just halves the attack multiplier. Don't know if that's true in this version. No idea. Okay, this time the menu didn't get messed up for anybody. Oh, so Lena finally leveled up. actually see. If I check magic table, magic multiplier, we have magic power of what? What's my magic power? Let's see. The highest magic multiplier should be on Lena. 53, that means I think it is 49 for butts. Oh, it's 50. Does he have the healing staff equipped? I think that the one gives +1 magic power. No, it's a flail. Okay, so we have 50 to 53 magic attack power. Our next magic attack damage multiplier is... we're level 11. For the guys with 50 and 51 magic power, which is Gallop and Butts, it's gonna be level... oh, 11, actually, right now is when we get an additional attack multiplier. So that means, theoretically, we should deal more damage now with Cure, and probably reliably defeat the Undead Husks with 3 Cure spells. Yeah, 45 to 48 was like 37 before. The next one would be at level 16 for everybody except for Lena, I think. She gets it at 15. So I guess maybe level 16 is gonna be our goal here. It's gonna be real slow, but I mean, it might be as good as it gets. It's a real shame that we don't have a way or an efficient way to knock out our own characters. Otherwise I would be only grinding with 2 white mages. Oh, I think Galuf is defending again. Although I guess at this point it doesn't matter, because we do enough damage. Also, I just realized I can't see the YouTube chat. Hello YouTube. Hope you're all having a lovely day today. Also, hello Twitch. Hope you're also having a lovely day today. And hello to the VOD viewers that might be watching this later one way or another. I hope you're doing excellent and also have a lovely day. Yeah, this is gonna be slow. This is just gonna be slow. There's not really 2 ways about it. That's just what it is. White mages after the water crystal are slow. Up to the water crystal is not too bad if you know what you're doing. But afterwards, that's when it slows down to a crawl. And thank you, Rizu. I appreciate that. Oh. I think Butts is defending now. Wait, he needs to get a turn before he's defending? Oh, that's also interesting. So, for reference, I don't know if that's true for the Pix remaster, but in other versions, if you are defending, the defend effect immediately takes place as soon as you select the command, sometimes even in the same round as an enemy tries to hit you. Oh, you are out of MP. Let's run. I'm too lazy to select defend on fairies now, and then have to select the cure spell again afterwards. I'd rather just run. Delicious crawl. I'm trying to be very deliberate when I select the cure spell on the characters, just to try and catch when a character is defending instead. It's such a weird problem. I wonder if it would be fine if I actually can use the mouse in this. Hold up. Oh, the mouse doesn't even appear on the screen, so no, you cannot use your mouse cursor like a touchscreen thing. That doesn't work. That would be silly. Why would you try to have your mouse work the same way you could use your input in a touchscreen? I'm actually curious if I'm... No, fairies don't defend. So annoying. I guess actually it doesn't matter. I can just catch the character defending or rowing or whatever they want to do. And then just correct it in the next battle, because now we don't need all 4 characters to cast spells anymore. So it's fine. Oops, I actually needed to target the enemy stuff. Anyways, I'm actually curious whether maybe I should just go and try and defeat Liquid Flame. But also, I'm actually really worried that I'm not gonna be able to get the Mangosh and the Elemental from the Exploding Castle. Because we might just not have enough time to grab both with a low damage output team like this. Like, I'm already giving up on the idea of maybe picking up the Ezuna spell, or maybe even the... Oh, I should absolutely try to get the ribbon. Oh, that's terrible. Maybe we just power level 1 character. One character that deals the most damage. Which might be Bugs. But yeah, considering that enemies don't seem to care about turn order, maybe I should go into the back row, because I think I'm getting regular... Oh hey, nice, final elixir! We're getting regularly whacked by enemies while being in the front row, despite it not being a back attack. Butts is defending. Or maybe he's taking a row. Might have try to do some work. Nope, he's defending. I was really hoping to get more than just 1 elixir so far. Because those are gonna be my way off. healing up the solo character that I'm gonna be training. Well, I say solo character. But it's gonna be a team effort to get that one character to good standings. Maybe I should just do that now. Survival of the fittest style. Whichever character has the most health remaining once we run out of MP. That's the one we're gonna use for the power leveling portion. Then again, I would need to use Cura in order to knock out the enemies. I kind of don't want to use Lena for this because she has, well, strictly the lowest physical attack power. And physical attack power is what we will need to use because we don't have a choice. Butts does have the highest physical attack power, but his magic power is... it might be the lowest of any character. So I guess the obvious choice would just be to use Ferris as our power level character. Because Galuf also has a low magic power stat and low speed. Although I'm really not sure on how much speed really matters in this version. Oh, you know what? Our equipment weight is not even listed here. The equipment weight's not even listed. Maybe on the equipment? Wait, 7. I do wonder whether that reduces my speed by 7 and that's why enemies get to whack me regularly before I get to select my commands. That sounds very possible. It could just be input jank too. Anyways, we're level 12 now. 16 was it? I might go back just to buy a staff for everybody so they can whack themselves at least a little bit. Hey, another elixir. Yeah, let's go and do that. Because I feel like we're gonna save ourselves like an hour or maybe more by way of only leveling one character instead of the entire group, because your experience is split between all currently awake characters. Cura will probably one-shot all enemies at this point. Could also use tents in order to recover MP instead of laying in the bed, but that's only 100 MP recovered, and we will soon have more than that on all characters. I actually don't know if the other city to the east also sells mage staves, but this one certainly does. Let's see, it wasn't here. Hello. Staff. 3 of them. Thank you. So then we equip Galuf with a staff. You get a staff. You have a flail. You know, that's fine. And Ferris gets this healing stuff, I guess. This actually gives you extra magic power, which I think brings you on par with Lena, yeah. Alrighty, let's put up our pyramid tent and then move everybody to the front row so they take more damage, except for Ferris, which we wanna... Oops, don't use potions. Which we wanna keep alive. And then the plan is to just heal up with elixirs as long as they last. So Ferris is going to... Well, we won't have to go and knock out the cactus over and over again all the time. Speaking of having to knock them out over and over again all the time, back attacks. It's not a good time to set up characters. Can I skip character turns? Oh, auto mode? There's auto mode in this? Wait, I just pressed a button I didn't know existed. Is that a good thing? Like, what does auto mode do? Does it just repeat the previous commands I've input before? They use cure. Well, if nothing else, this saves me a lot of headaches with... Yeah, I think they just do the same thing as before. If nothing else, this saves me a lot of headache with needing to input my previous command. Not what I was looking for, I guess. First strike, alrighty. Cure all enemies. You cure all enemies, and you just start attacking yourself. I need to unequip their armor. I wonder if the auto mode is gonna remember me attacking my own characters too. Let's remove. So they can knock themselves out more efficiently. Wait, why do you have... Did I not buy more silver armlets? I did not. I forgot. Evidently. So, let's see if auto mode just does the same thing that I did last turn. Let's have all of the characters attack themselves, except for Ferris attack enemies with the healing stuff. So Ferris attack this guy, you attack yourself, and you attack yourself. And then we activate auto mode to see if the game just replicates that behavior. Because I wonder whether we can... Yeah, they just do the same thing. Does that mean they are gonna do that in the next combat as well? That way we would be able to have our allies get knocked out within decently short order, I guess. Also config, battle speed. I'll set it to 1. Because auto mode not takes care of it, right? Probably should have set it to 1 a long time ago, considering that it's not like the game gives me any more turns than usual. Yeah, this is way faster now. Definitely should have done that a while ago. The animations are the same speed, it's just the bars in the bottom right move faster than they did before. It is peculiar that everybody gets to take a turn, despite auto mode being enabled. As if the thingy continued. You feed the rabbit by putting something delicious into the food box. delicious pizza or something like that. You hit a wall in your run, Ventolibra. Well, good luck in getting past it, because I hit a wall in this run. Yeah. A very significant wall. The wall of white mages. Oh, we have 1 down. 2 down. Perfect, hit Lena. That's also gonna deal significant damage to her. I'm just gonna wait until she goes down. Perfect. Alright, now we're gonna cure all enemies. I was gonna use Cura to speed it up a bit, but I think Cure is gonna be... Actually, is it going to be more cost efficient? Against the undead husks, we still probably need to use 3 Cure spells. At which point Cura is actually cheaper, because I thought Cure 1 was like 3 MP, but it's 4 actually. Cura should knock them on, right? Yeah, just about. And there we get the elixirs. You have Monk, Red Mage, Beastmaster, Chemist in your power, but is stuck on X-Def at the end. The very last one? You can make it past and get into near X-Def, but only have 1 party member because of White Hole. Yeah, White Hole is just mean. You do, I think, have a method of resisting White Hole with a Chemist, if you'd like to know. Actually, do you? Wait. No, the Chemist mix only that makes you heavy. It does not help against White Hole, does it? Well, you can have some Chemist mix that gives you immunity to death, which should help against the death part of the thing. And the other one... Well, Petrification you'll just have to remove, I guess. Yeah, at least it's only 1 status effect to remove instead of 2. Still not pleasant. But yeah, with a Chemist, what you can do is, instead of dealing any damage to the 3x death, you just leave him in phase 1 in the tree form, where the only thing he ever does is either physical attack, or he is going to White Hole, or he does nothing. Every phase past the first one is gonna have significantly more dangerous things, but it would at least give you plenty of time to set up with Chemist mixes, if you wanna give everybody various useful things to that. Alright, this is where we're gonna use the elixirs. Feels a bit wasteful to use elixirs just like that, but it saves me a lot of time having to re-KO my other characters over and over. I believe with the solo character White Mage, we got to a level where we actually were able to one-shot all enemy groups in the ship graveyard with just the basic cure spell in the end. Admittedly, I think we did this mostly because we needed to get 99 elixirs before going into World 2. So we kind of came back at the very end after grinding on Hyudoras in the Ronkan Ruins. You figure out a way to deal enough damage to push directly into net. Yeah, that's fair. Would you like to have an idea from me as to how you could facilitate that? Or are you trying to figure it out for yourself? Summoners might only let you get to level 99, which isn't enough for Monk to do even with crits before hitting phase 3. Well, to be specific, it gives you plus 99 levels as a maximum. you can go beyond level 99 with whatever character classes you have. But yeah, I would have just suggested giving all of your characters plus 99 levels. Unless that's different in the Pix Remaster, by the way. But in other versions, basically get plus 99 to your levels. Like, it doesn't get up to level 99, it's plus 99. But yeah, basically my idea would be to just power up everybody plus 99 levels, give everybody immunity to instant death, then use turtle shells to give yourself shell as well as protect on everybody. Shell also helps dramatically resisting white hole, as does having a much higher level. Then you can also... there's a chemist mix to split shell, which reduces the enemy's defense, and you can use this on XDEF too, which is going to help you a lot with, you know, actually dealing damage to him. Right, elixir number 2. Split shell helps as well. What do you think? Yeah, split shell, reducing enemy defense by half. Protect and shell for your own characters through chemist mixes, leveling up everybody plus 99. Let's see... can the red mage do anything interesting? I guess red mage can just cast protect, so you don't need that from the chemist. So that's nice. Depending on the version, if you play the Pix Remaster, you can actually use kick from the back row with the monk in order to deal full damage, instead of being in the front row hitting normally. It should only be marginally less damage than just hitting the enemy normally. Yeah, shell helps a lot. Plus, shell goes away when you die. I don't remember if shell goes away if your character is petrified. You do lose float when your character gets petrified, but I don't know about shell. So the chance for 3x death to hit your characters once you have plus 99 level and shell should be a lot lower. I don't know what it's gonna go down to, but probably like 20-25%, I guess. You're thinking of going back for farming Dragon Fangs for the Dragon Guard mix. That negates lightning, ice and fire damage, right? I don't remember if it does anything else. Since you only have 3 Hermes sandals right now. Yeah, I mean, going back to grinding for various items is probably a reasonable choice. Plus, what you can also do is you can use your chemist mixes offensively. I believe Turtle Shell plus Maiden's Kiss is a Draining Kiss spell that has like 255 attack power for whatever reason. I don't know if they nerfed that in the Pix Remaster though. But in the other versions, you deal absurdly high damage with that and just heal your character basically back to full. Wow, YouTube! Hey PK Protoplasm. Hope you're doing well. That was 5 minutes ago. I have nothing to do but run back and forth in this, and yet I still read the chat that late. Makes you happy? Welcome as well, Regulcus. Oh, I'm glad people like this YouTube stream too. At least it's a much easier way to preserve the VODs for later, so I guess we can continue this in the future. If anybody has, by the way, some feedback about these kinds of things, let me know. I believe I will at the very least need to replace the thumbnail for the YouTube streams. Oh wait. Just run. I need MP. We gained 1 elixir back, so we're back to 5, well down to 4 now. Hey Mana, what? Welcome! Hope you're doing well. Maybe good luck. And we get the elixir back immediately. So this is kind of more of what I was hoping for to see when I reduced the amount of characters to run with here to 1. If it wouldn't take much longer to get a second character to the level threshold so they deal more damage, and we would be able to knock out enemies with 2 cure spells or cure ones, maybe that would have been better. What's the easiest place to farm turtle shells in World 3? That one is a bit tricky, but usually I think there is... Well, what you can do, there is a location where you can get the Karnak Plains encounter, which I believe is... If you go to the Fork Tower, and then just north, go alongside a little strip of land, and then when that strip of land goes a little bit horizontal, I believe that's where you find Karnak encounters. I'm not entirely sure if I remember this correctly, but I believe that's where you can frequently get like 2 turtles in an encounter. Well, that's if it's the correct Karnak encounter table. There's also a different location where you could get the orange turtle, the grass turtle, somewhere, but I don't know where they are. There is a very convenient website somewhere that shows you where the encounters are in a direct manner, so you could look for turtles, or grass turtles. I actually don't remember what the green turtles are called exactly. Tortoises? Also, I haven't seen any enemies whack me yet when we use the auto mode of this thing. So maybe it's fine. Bear is leveled up. To what level are we going to try and get to? Probably once we reach a certain threshold for damage output, right? What would that threshold be? We have 20 strength right now. Let me go back and save before I tap out of the game. Ever since that first crash, it just has me paranoid to save before I tap back out again. Alright, let's see. We have 20 strength, and I don't think we can do anything to increase that, so that's just what it is. So with 20 strength, we are currently at level 13, was our last attack multiplier. 20 is the next one, and then afterwards it would be at 26. So let's aim for level 20. 20 might be good enough. Alright, level 20 it is. Right, I need to tap back into the YouTube thing, so in case people comment or chat there, I can actually read it. Wasn't there... Let me check something real quick. Oh, I can try to set up a thing with Streamlabs, I believe, that allows me to combine the chats visually on stream. But it also would help... Oh, another elixir, how nice. But I think it would also help me with actually, reading the chat on one stream. Sounds useful. Or back attacks, that's okay. I think our characters, thanks to them being mages, they have a decent chunk of magic defense, so everybody should be able to survive a fire to counterattack from Liquid Flame. Or Fire, excuse me. It's definitely called Fire in this version. I suppose level 20 is going to be quite far away, huh? On the bright side, it's not nearly as far away as it is if we needed to gain those levels in the Wind Shrine. That's a long grind. What? Oh, you're out of MP. My bad. Now you're gonna attack normally. Oh, you just run away after taking a turn. You actually gain elixirs right now. I assume the auto mode now has memorized that we used the physical attack last, so it's just gonna do that again. Although the memory cursor is still on that, so maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it's fine. I guess it depends on how it's implemented. Now we're getting the elixirs. Maybe the elixirs were just afraid of the other characters, but fairies as a white mage is much friendlier. Or maybe I'm thinking about this in too nice of a way. Maybe fairies as a white mage is a lot more ruthless, so she gets the elixirs out of the enemies once she defeats them very easily. More elixirs. Clearly, it works. Back attacks. Oh well. Magus, thank you so much for the raid and welcome everybody. Welcome to Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta number 4 in the Pixel Remaster version. This is a Haboob run, which means the job selection leans more towards wind and earth crystals. And as you might be able to tell, we have white mages, and I'm past the water towers, so that means I have white mages to deal with liquid flame. The only hope is that I'm gonna get something else before Biblos, so we'll see. Welcome everybody. Also, we are playing the old Steam/iOS mobile version, which has a bit of a reputation of its own, to say the least. Welcome. Thank you for the good luck, I'll need it. Right now we just knocked out everybody else because we only have one flail. We don't get a second flail until after Biblos. Excuse me, until after the castle explodes. So there's not really much of a reason to level up more than one character at a time. So we're almost back into our old solo white mage days. Yeah, welcome everybody, hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome Magus, Duxors, me Speedy, and anybody else who might have joined us. Also, ever since we knocked out the other characters, we gained way more elixirs. I'm sure that's just coincidence. Level up, we are level 17. 3 more to go. At level 20, Fairy should get an additional attack multiplier with her flail. So that's gonna be our best damage output. Also, this version is like the Pixel Remaster in the sense that when you get your turn, the combat timer does not stop. So I just set the battle speed to the fastest. And it's a lot faster with advancing the A to B in the bottom right, but it's still kind of slow. A to B stands for Action Time Bar. Sometimes I say A to B bar because that might make it more obvious on what I'm talking about, but effectively then I'm saying A to B bar. Wait, no. Action Time Bar. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a lovely day. We're also using elixirs to heal up because knocking out our own white mages with staves and that one flail is very slow. Let's see. Oh, okay, she just continues with the Cura afterwards. Very nice. It doesn't happen often that you have a group of characters that doesn't actually take advantage of farming the wolves near Karnak. But you know, with only staves. Like, I would probably do it if I had flails on everybody. But with just staves, our damage output is even more pitiful than it already is, so... slow. I mean, it might technically be faster than this here, because each individual encounter gives a lot more experience. But here we also can get elixirs, I guess. Every time you say ATB bar, ATB changes to active time battle, and you're not saying the bar. You know, I kinda like this. So active time battle bar. Well, unless this is different here, let's actually go and check. Unless this is different here, the vendor that sells the whips, bells and flail does not appear until... Wait, no, you're right. No, I was thinking of the wrong thing. Yeah, you're right. Now that I think about it, you once bought a lot of flails instead of elemental rods, didn't you? Yeah. No, you're right, I forgot about this. I thought I only had access to one flail. I am wrong. Thank you for the correction. Whee! Let's see if farming the wolves actually has any merit. It might be terrible still. But hey, at least it would be a lot more money. A lot less elixirs though. And again, it's not like we need the elixirs. Hello, goodbye. Yeah, I didn't even check, like I was so convinced. Yeah, no, there's flails here. I was so convinced we would not be able to buy flails here, but I was wrong. Straight up wrong. Right, also, let's buy 3 more silver armlets. I meant to buy these. I think I sold stuff and then just forgot to buy them afterwards. Optimize. Alright, everybody should be properly equipped now. Let's also not forget to actually buy the rest of the white magic spells, because we have access to everything now. Thanks to having, you know, money, raise, confusion, silence, protect, libra, poisoner. Why is it called poisoner? It's anti-poison. I guess the R is like... No, you know, if you think about fire and fire, poisoner sounds like poisoner would be like the next iteration of the spell, but that's not how it works. Poisoner. Poisonaga. How many 4 Job Fiestas is this now? This is only number 4. But Magas might be on number 13 or 14 at this point, depending on whether he immediately finished another one. Alright, we're gonna just attack. Don't attack yourself. I'm trying to select the wild knack on the right side, but if I press to the right, I'm selecting my own characters. I have to press up and down in order to specifically switch between these characters. The menu in this is a bit lichenky. Anyways, welcome to everybody having flails! The only good thing about flails... Well, actually, there's 2 good things about flails. For one, they ignore 3/4 of the enemy's physical defense. Unfortunately, these enemies don't have any defense, so they don't really ignore anything. And they deal full damage from the back row, which means we can sit in the back row with our characters and just deal full damage with them. Unfortunately, of course, full damage is not all that much, because the flails both have relatively low attack power and incredible damage variance. They literally use the same weapon damage formula as axes do. So anywhere from half of their attack power up to 150% of their attack power is a range we have for their attacks. As you can see, I mean, we defeat the wolf, we don't take too much damage, but it's not a pretty battle. It's 14 tomorrow. Nice. Guys, could you just not back attack me all the time, please? It's so rude. Actually, I'm curious. No, 36 is definitely full damage. I'm just not battling these enemies. If I get it to back attack, I'm too lazy for that. Yeah, flails do ignore enemies' defense. I did not mean to run there. It's quite nice. Actually, yesterday I was kind of considering which job classes can actually deal damage to Omega, assuming you have a bard in your team to stop Omega. And I actually came up with thieves, bards, as well as geomancers are the only classes that cannot damage Omega, like, at all. Even with another bard singing the stop zone. White mages can, because the Morning Star actually deals damage through it. Yeah. Yes, I mean, fair, you can punch, that is always a possibility. Prof Ness would like a word with his punching fee. Prof Ness did that. Nice. But yes, punching is the only other way. I was just kind of thinking of punching being a monk thing, but it's true, technically everybody can punch. It might not be particularly fast or efficient, but it's possible. Oh, by the way, flails have a 30% chance to miss. These wolves have no evasion, there's just a flail missing because it feels like it. It's terrible. Let's see, this is 87 experience. Well, that's split between 4 characters, isn't it? We gained a lot more for specifically Ferris alone when we were in the ship graveyard. We defeat one wolf with all 4 characters attacking once. Their punching is true. Thank you for the correction. I appreciate that. I should remember. Sorry about that. By the way, the question mark attack deals damage equivalent to your currently missing HP. So the flails also have the wonderful trait of sometimes bringing wolves to low HP, not finish them off, and then the wolves get to question mark attack us in return. Which admittedly is mostly just a bit of a nuisance, because we can just heal everybody very easily anyways with the white mages. Yeah, I'm not sure this is better. I mean, it's better to get everybody to a decently high level, I suppose, rather than just one character. But I'm pretty sure if we were to level only one character, we would be much faster in the ship graveyard. I'm glad I randomly discovered the auto mode. There is no... There's no way to rebind keys in this game, and there's not even a way to see what your keybinds are. To my knowledge, I could be wrong. I just haven't found them, I suppose. Anyways, that guy could deal 51 damage with his question mark move if he feels like it. Oh, 81 damage? Never mind, he doesn't deal any damage. I suppose we could actually knock out the turtle and other encounters instead. Because it's not like we need the money, is it? So we could actually fight enemies in the plains instead of the wolves in the forest. Usually the wolves in the forest are good because they give a ton of money, but I don't really care about money. So let's go to the turtles. Specifically, we are actually gonna go to the east side here. Because I actually preferably don't get into combat with these Aegir enemies. Because if they hit us with their special attack, they will inflict the ult at us, which reduces our attack power by a lot. Oh wow, we don't even get pure white hair in this version, it's just brighter than before. And by the way, I'd like to once again point out the one great thing about this version. The sprites, especially the enemy sprites, I think they just great. Like, unironically. Look at that, this zoo, this looks terrifying, if you ask me. You don't think there is, yeah, there's just a one-to-one port of the mobile version. You don't think they added anything to it. Oh yeah, well, I mean, I know they don't have rebindable keys, but I was wondering whether they have at least, like, an information card for what keybinds do what. I didn't know there was an auto mode in there until I started pressing different buttons. I accidentally ran away. I thought you need to hold down the run button, but no, you tap it. That's fine. You know what? This is gonna give me time to go and grab some stuff out of my freezer to prepare for dinner later. So I think I'm gonna, after this battle, get into a battle with probably a zoo. And then I have plenty of time to go over and grab stuff for dinner. You know, I just realized, I suppose the reason why you need to publish your stream on YouTube is so you can add a thumbnail to it, right? That would actually make a lot of sense, so I need to actually prepare a thumbnail for the YouTube stream stuff. Huh. That would make a lot of sense. Alright. Heal up. So here should be frequently encounters with 2 grass turtles around here. And the Jaeger. Alright, I'm gonna go and grab some stuff out of the freezer. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Hello. Hope you're all having a lovely day today. Everybody levels up. So these encounters here are worth a lot more money compared to the ones in the ship graveyard. They're also a lot slower. So there's a thing too. The flail animation is kind of cool on this version. It does have a nice swing to it. It's just all of the weapons kind of have a similar kind of swing, which is like... It doesn't feel like an attack in a lot of cases. It feels more like a slow motion, forward motion. But yeah, there's some nice things about this. So, I have fruit bread now. Because apparently my mother was 2 steps ahead of me and already unfroze some of the bread. So we have fruit bread. There's raisins in there, figs, plums, some other berries, various nuts. Pretty good. And hey, welcome to Juno, baby. Sorry, I'm just eating a bit of fruitcake right now. I see RNG hasn't been kind to you, or the other person is out doing a Job Fiesta yesterday. Well, this is definitely one of the slower starts, but as long as we get something before Biblos, I'm fine with this. That's kind of the big caveat. If I get a thief, or nothing we can use, before Biblos, then I will probably just job fair to a freelancer briefly and then immediately job fair back to whatever we had. Just specifically for Biblos. Because I've done the run Biblos out of MP before, I think 3 times now. And I have to admit I'm not looking forward to doing that in this version. Alrighty. Another good thing about having to do a slow grind in this version is, I guess, I just finally managed to catch that little insect that has been flying around my room this entire time because, well, I had plenty of time to try and grab it now, rather than just being stuck streaming and not getting away from the PC because, you know, I need to be entertaining. You hope your Beyblades goes better than theirs. They had a White Mage party. It because they rolled Bard and Mime with White Mage. Yeah. I hope so too. We'll see. Okay, I'm back. Apparently there's a pause button with escape. I pressed escape instead of my unmute button. I guess it's kind of lucky that my unmute button or mute button don't do anything. Because I don't know what does anything with the controls here. I figured out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buttons so far. Not counting directional inputs. She evokes better feels? Alright, I'll go with that. Thank you for the clarification, by the way, I appreciate it. Because I have to admit, I would just, if it reads they, she, I will probably just default to they, because that seems like it makes sense in my brain. But if it's preferable to go with she, I'm just gonna go with that one. Welcome back to you, Profness. I hope you're doing well today. I think these zoos have 850 HP, so... especially if the flails, just having a 30% chance to miss. And not dealing too much damage, this can just take a while. Yeah, we only need 2 more levels on fairies to go through. But now that we have flails on everybody, maybe that's not all that necessary, who knows. I was actually earlier just looking for a button to switch between characters that are currently, like, available to have an input command. And that's why I tried to press more buttons on the keyboard, instead of just the usual. In fact, I probably should continue trying out buttons. So, let's see. G is confirm, H is cancel, J is open the menu, Z is, well, Y for a new keyboard is auto mode. Then T does nothing. U runs away. It's a toggle that you run away or not, by the way. You don't have to hold down the button. Then what else? I can assure you that you have never tried to hit a bird with anything, let alone a flail. That's very fair. Alright, trying to see... Yeah, no. Alright, basically I was mostly wondering whether there was a way to switch between characters without spending the turn. This is very true to the original, you cannot switch characters without spending the turn. However, the Pixie Master, they have a button where you can actually switch between characters, making that a bit more convenient. They're also flying. Have you tried to hit the bird with a flail? Before coffee, a lot of things are much more difficult than they need to be, I will argue. Perfectly understandable. You have full-on charged a seagull before with them. It's kill or be killed. Okay. I don't live in a place where there's seagulls, to be fair. Also, did I I only just now realized, but I think the enemies actually fly in from different directions. Because I think the zoo bird just came from above and the Aegir plants came from below into the battle. When we get a back attack on enemies, they initially face the wrong way and then turn around, indicating that it's a back attack. I actually kinda like these little flourishes as well. It's nice. Kind of goes to show that even on a rather questionable version like this one, there are some neat things about it. Hey Richter Shade, welcome to you, hope you're doing well. Thank you for the good luck. Watch your Kuzagranda match and congrats on the win, thank you. I was actually a bit surprised to win that because I felt like I didn't perform too well. Like I felt like somebody else might have easily been able to get in a run early to the late stages of the game when I still struggled on the skateboard stage. And then did a second run like way further in. But apparently, I was just a little bit ahead. Geese are jerks. I used to play Pokemon Go at the park and they can be so aggressive. Like, come on Goose, I just want to catch Pokemon, don't hiss at me. Yeah, they can be very protective, especially if they have youngs with them. Oh, my Goose. It's not a jerk. This Goose is pretty fine, I can attest to that. Geese are cowards once you start hissing and flapping back. Unless they feel cornered. I originally wanted to play a bit of Pokemon Go when it was released, but there were basically no Pokestops anywhere nearby I could just walk to. Like, I think there was one. And so eventually I just stopped. Nowadays, actually, I think somebody else showed me their phone and there's so many more potential stops around everywhere, it's kind of fascinating. Yeah. Pretty sure you've seen Almaga's hiss at you before, just like a real goose. I feel like that might have been some pun-fueled rage replies. Yeah, who knows? You can say, yeah, there's a ton of Pokemon Go stops right next to you. Oh yeah, it was actually Richtershade, right? It was you. My brain didn't process that for a second. Because like, oh yeah, there've been more, huh? By the way, fun fact, if you hold down both the left and the rightmost directional button, the left always takes precedence. So you could hold down left and just mash the right button or wiggle. There's absolutely no purpose in doing so, but you can do it. White mages for Fireship and Castless game sounds rough. Yeah, it's kind of slow. I'm gonna be happy if I can grab both the Mangosh and the Elven Cape and the Ribbon before the timer runs out. I don't need anything more of this team. Like, White Mage is great, unless you have to defeat Biblos with it. I've mentioned it a few times now, but White Mage Biblos is not a good time. We're currently grinding up for fairies to be level 19. I have to admit that's a lot slower than I expected this to be. 1231 experience and then an entire full level afterwards. White mages are amazing, as long as it's not all you have. Yes, accurate. I mean, even then, funnily enough, once you get past Biblos, an all-white mage team, I kind of feel like would be okay. Until Atmos. Maybe it's not that okay against Atmos now I think about it. Yeah, probably it's not that okay. Never mind. On the bright side, we'll have Dancer by then, so at least our damage should be improved, I guess. And hey, who knows what other jobs we're gonna get at Fire and Earth Crystals. Does Fairies always have this hair color, or did she get aging status? Turtle shells. Welcome as well, Brian Taylor. You haven't seen this version of Final 5 in a while, yes. It's not usually the version people play for a variety of reasons. Among others, nowadays it's actually not particularly easy to get anymore, because it's no longer on sale on Steam. I don't know actually about mobile. I don't know if they're still available there. And also, most of the time, people try to stay far away from it for what it's worth. Which, you know, fair. Dancers dancing everywhere indeed. Welcome as well, 90. Hope you're doing well. She's old, her hair is much more purple. Yeah. The Gallop is old right now. I guess I can tell by his bar in the bottom right just filling up significantly slower than the other characters. Ah, Gallop is about to go down. Hey, it's only 1 in 4 chance that the bird is gonna attack Gallop, and we might knock it out before we can do another one. Oh, never mind. How inconvenient. How very inconvenient. It's fine, we're white mages, we can just survive. Attack! 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 And then we're back to auto mode. Local white mages whacking innocent flying lizard birds with flails. I don't think all of the white mages are local though. I think at least one of them might be extraterrestrial, considering he arrived through a meteor. Well, I guess they don't know about that yet. We're running. Can I run in auto mode? Yes. The answer is evidently yes. Still level 18 on Ferris. Maybe we just go. It might be fine. I might regret going early. But I'm also kinda done with the grinding. We're running. Actually, we need one more level. Never mind, we're not running. $68 damage? Nope, just 14. First strike. And everybody misses except Galuf. See, this is why you don't run Hurricane in Pokemon unless you have either no guard, or rain to support it with. The accuracy is just terrible. I guess singles players are built different though. $72, 40, 48. By the way, these zoos also have a rare drop chance for elixirs, so we could always get some here as well. Oh, 92. Well, it's not the worst, it's definitely the most annoying. Yes, I think that is a fair assessment. This run makes you wonder what happened to Keldia. I don't know who that is, to be fair. Level up. Alrighty. Ferris should also gain her level up soon, so I guess we're gonna just go one level early. That's fine. Getting encounters before we enter the forest, just so we get higher experience encounters rather than the wolves. This is Final Fantasy V PC, not the Pixel Remaster version. Yes, accurate. This is the old Steam/iOS version. That is not the Pixel Remaster. You can, to my knowledge, no longer buy this one even if you tried. But if you still own it, you can still play it. But you know, that's arguably a good thing, because it would be kind of messed up if you paid for a game and then you could no longer play it. Shoutouts to Stop Killing Games. Please stop killing games where that actually is a thing that can happen. So they're working on making that not be a thing anymore. Alright, we're gonna buy a bunch of status recovery items. Let me actually see, is there really no way to get like multiples of 10 for buying things? No, apparently not. You just have to click one item at a time on the plus button in order to buy more. That's so weird. Do we need Phoenix Stones? Probably not. I mean, Phoenix Stones revive cactus with more HP than rays, so they can still be useful. And normally we would load up on potions, but we have white mages. White mages are our potions. At least it's not like Final Fantasy 1 exactly there. What would you like to buy? A potion. That would be 5 gold. Okay. What would you like to buy? A potion. That would be 5 gold. Okay. It's always kind of been mind-blowing to me that this is how they decided to do things in that game. But, I mean, to be fair, that is just before a lot of more common interfaces and RPGs in general were created to begin with, so... A lot of other games like Dragon Warrior, they had limited inventory spaces, so you couldn't just stack individual items to higher numbers. So it kind of wasn't as obviously a problem to only buy like one medical herb at a time. Anyways, welcome to the steamship. We don't really fight anything in here. Actually, I'm curious. I might fight something in here, just because I want to know whether you get full experience from all enemies you defeat, or just the last one. Let's see, Crew Dust and Defeater. Sure, you guys just wrecked him. So we're gonna do 2 battles of this encounter here. Sap, how rude. We're gonna defeat the Crew Dust last in this encounter, which means we're gonna get blinded a bunch, which is gonna be really annoying. And then we see how much experience we gain. Actually, it wasn't... Actually, hold up. There's an encounter with just a diff. Right, but just a defeated doesn't give me information. I should have continued the battle. Oh, fine. Because Game Advance and Super Nintendo, you only gain experience from the last enemy you defeat, so... It's always awkward fighting stuff inside here when you can get an enemy that summons more enemies. You know what? This gives me information as to how much experience 2 Crew Dust enemies are. Then we can figure out exactly how much experience we... Oh. Right. Oh my god. Oh, I didn't buy eye drops. Never mind. We're gonna figure it out in the library. Azuna is not a spell that we have access to right now. I will say once again, I actually really like on how the colors pop out in this version of the game. Everything just feels a bit more vibrant, you know. I really like that, as opposed to the more pale colors of the Pixel Remaster. Also, penguin doors. Those doors look like penguins. You can now no longer unsee that. You're welcome. How difficult is Living Flame with just white mages? You asked that 1 minute ago, okay. I'm getting better at reading chat in time. How difficult is it? The difficulty is relatively low, because you can easily stay alive. It's just very, very slow. But it depends on which version you might be playing, because if you play, let's say, the Pixel Remaster, then 4 white mages are a lot more annoying, because the Pixel Remaster does not remember how much MP the individual forms of Liquid Flame had while transforming. So every time the hand form comes up, it's just gonna counterattack you with 5 Ra, dealing massive damage to a single character. And every time the tornado form comes up, it's just gonna heal itself for a bunch when it gets a turn. We can still get Thieves, right? Because yeah. So we wanna pick up the Thieves Glove. Just this one, right? I might be going the wrong way. Yep, I went the wrong way. I did not remember correctly. I guess if we get Thief... Oh, I don't want to get Thief now. We can always go back here later once we have the airship. Yeah, that's fine. Anyways, we're gonna use a tent in order to remove the blight status effect. Hopefully, anyways. Oh, good luck with the grocery shopping. And until later. Don't get eaten by goose. Geese? Poltergeist. Goodbye. We have a thief. These poltergeists have a common steal for... High potions. There we go. High potions heal for 500 HP, which is more than the single target Cura spell right now. But well, we don't have a thief in the team, so we can't take advantage of that. Man, this animation is even slower than in the original version. But I guess it's also like smooth in between. So you can actually see your character move rather than just disappear and reappear in the next spot. Give and take, I guess. Alright, everybody back row, everybody healed. Let's see how that's gonna go. Alrighty. Welcome to Liquid Flame. It has 3 different forms and always starts out in the humanoid form, which is arguably the most dangerous form for us in terms of just overall damage, but at the same time we have white mages, so healing out up damage is not that big of a deal, all things considered. However, in addition to our flails already having a 30% chance to miss, the humanoid form has a 20% chance to dodge physical attacks. Also, anytime we deal any damage, Liquid Flame will always counterattack. Counterattack based on the current form it has, if we hit it. It also has 3000 HP, by the way. Blaze is 25% of our maximum health in damage, so we just heal up immediately again. And then we continue whacking it. The hand form, notably, is immune to ice, even though all of the other forms are, you know, weak to ice. And it always counterattacks with Fire. However, if you play a version where the game keeps track of the HP, the MP of the enemy, he can only counterattack 3 times with Fire. Afterwards, you're safe from it. Blaze again, Cura again. And there's a Tornado form. Let's see. So this is gonna give us information. So, Tornado form. All this form will ever do is cast Fire on itself, healing itself. However, it can only do this 5 times. And as you can see, this heals way more than I can deal damage. So if it could cast 5 times a heal every time it got to this form, this would be a bit of a problem because, again, 30% chance to miss with flails. On top of that, this guy has 30% evasion on top of it. So it's literally a coin flip whether we're gonna hit this thing or not. Actually, slightly a coin flip not in our favor. So it's out of MP, which means it shouldn't be able to heal itself anymore. It also counters with Magnet, pulling us from the back row into the front row. A bit unpleasant, but not a big deal. There's Blazing. Oh, wait, you can miss Blaze? Yeah. Alright, okay. Why can't you miss Blaze? Did it miss previous characters before? I didn't pay attention. That's weird. Can you confuse Liquid Flame? I don't remember. Oh, apparently the answer is yes. I forgot. So it can hit itself for 100 damage. That is more damage than I do. Another benefit of confusing enemies is that they will have no physical evasion. I assume, depending on which form you confuse, they might have different things they can do. If the hand form just attacks itself, that is way better damage than I could ever do with the flails. Also, once again, I'd like to point out, I really like the model of the Liquid Flame. Or, like, the sprite of it, if you will. Well, that's way better than I thought it was gonna be. Maybe it's not that difficult in the Pixel Remaster. I completely forgot we had Confusion as a spell. And that Liquid Flame was actually susceptible to it. I figured some of the forms might actually cast Blaze or Fire on themselves in order to heal themselves when they're confused. But I don't know if they actually do. Well, this one doesn't seem to do that. Also, we miss. Anyways, actually, let's... Right, that's paralyzation with a physical attack. Let's actually move it to a different form real quick. Just because I'm curious whether... There we go. Whether it can heal itself here or not. Or whether it's out of MP. Fire. Okay, it does keep track of MP. This is an improvement over the Pixel Remaster. Let's see if it hits itself in this form. Or what it's gonna do. Oh, it does deal 19 damage. That's much less than the previous one. I guess it does have less attack power. What about the confusing this form? Watch it cast Fire Raga on itself and healing itself for 1000 HP. Also, it's really confusing that the confusion animation plays, but it can still miss after that. 18 damage. Let's go back to the hand form, that seemed to work pretty well. There we go, confuse. When the flame sprite changes direction, it changes chirality as well. So left hand becomes a right hand. Oh. I didn't even think about that, but I suppose that's true. Considering it is a very liquid kind of enemy, maybe that's not that unusual. And yeah, confusion self-damage does not trigger full change indeed. I just forgot this was even an option. There's actually, we probably will be able to confuse the Gygus enemies as well then for them dealing damage to themselves. Like I was thinking we were just gonna be stuck with dealing flail damage to our characters, or to them. But maybe that's not true. Anyways, we should be through the 3000 HP sometime soon here. Depending on which form you defeat Liquid Flame in, it also gets different rewards. I think the hand form was a Flame Scroll, which is by far the weakest reward. Unless we get Ninja exactly. As our next job class. The humanoid form I think is a Flame Rod, which is also not much more interesting because we can just buy those. But the other form is actually very intriguing. Because the tornado form would give us a flame bow, which we wouldn't be able to buy until we get to the Crescent Island otherwise. It's living, fire. What part of this whole situation makes biological sense? I mean, it doesn't need to make sense. I think it's just an interesting observation. Magic. I mean, considering our characters can be ambidextrous, as in they just change whichever hand they have as the dominant hand based on whether you equip the shield and or the weapon in one hand or the other. It's easy to imagine that you can just turn around, and instead of, you know, actually turning around, you just mirror your way to the other side. How much more HP do you have? Did anybody keep count? It should be dead soon, right? Watch this thing just not die to self-damage, because Final Fantasy V iOS version is weird like that. Ah, there we go, never mind. It actually happened. Oh, it was the flame rod for this form. So the humanoid form is the one with the flame scroll then. Oh, good night, lady. Queen Karnak. Please save the crystal. It's just in the room through that pipe. Don't mind that this pipe was used in order to transform or to route and transfer huge amounts of energy through it. And they could just get burned up if the machine got back online. Okay, maybe the Queen Karnak could have been trying to deceive us all along. But she didn't. And look, a wolf friend. Of course, there's the switch to crank this thing up to 11. I think it just returns the machine to being online, if I'm not mistaken, rather than it actually cranking it up. Like, this is how it was operational before and how the fortress presumably were powered previously. You always felt bad for this poor werewolf, I agree. We don't get to know him for long, but he definitely saved our bacon. Even though we tried to help him. Falling through the ground here was arguably what saves our party entirely. Unless they somehow survive the explosion otherwise. Don't worry, he lives on. In another world. In the void? Some of the townspeople in Kelb refer to him even. Oh. It's been so long since I actually talked to all of the NPCs. Actually, just recently I remembered. I think there is also a werewolf person imprisoned in Walls Castle, I think. And if you free him, he is a treasure hunter. Some of the treasure chests that you would normally pick up and get items from are just empty instead. That's, I think, all that guy does. I don't know if you can ever meet him again afterwards or anything like that. There is, the lone wolf, and he'll take stuff out of the chest if you free him. Yeah. Don't you lose, like, the lightning whip, which is, like, the most important thing that you lose out of that encounter? Alright, let's see if the timer is generous or not. The timer does not stop during that text box there. Save. Save here. Let's run. Okay. I think the timer stops when I open the menu. It was, yeah, it stops in the menu. Okay, that's nice. So we have plenty of time to heal in between. Money. I did not need to pick up the money in hindsight. So we want 3 treasure chests in particular. I am worried that we're not gonna have enough time otherwise, so we're just gonna go straight for them. This one here, Sorcerer. Confuse you. Oh, I accidentally. I'm gonna confuse Galaf here in a second with bots. Because I'm a dingus. Let's see if his attack still queued. Oh, it missed enemies as well. Okay, hit. Roggening. He tinied himself. Bacon's Kiss, Galaf. Trying to hit these guys is a chore. I'm just gonna auto mode here. Already lost a minute, and this is the easy encounter. Like 2 sorcerers, aside from their annoying confusions, are pretty easy to take down. It's kind of funny that they both minion frog themselves, which do very similar things as status effects. Mini is a lot more potential beneficial to you, plus you can still cast all the spells that you could before. Okay, good job, Galuf. Okay, now I need to have Ferris not attack Galuf anymore. However, frogs can no longer cast spells. They also have 0 physical defense, as well as their attack power is set to 3. Ribbon, this is the reason why we picked this up. Suggestion for Job Fiesta Final Fantasy 3 Pixel Remaster. I should play Final Fantasy 3 sometime, to be fair. Never played that one. Alright, we lost 2 minutes to that battle, probably. On the bright side, the encounter rate seems to be like the original rather than the dramatically increased encounter rate in the Pixel Remaster. Admittedly, thinking about it, maybe the Pixel Remaster might adjust the encounter rate kind of like these versions do. It just keeps track of the encounters between rooms rather than only on a per room basis. Right, now. Oh, no, that's not what we want to do. This Gigas has like 750 HP, and frequently we counterattack with wind spells whenever you get hit. And he also casts Era, which does a good chunk of damage to us whenever he gets an opportunity to do so. Alright, confuse you. Confuse you. Okay, can you not confuse that guy? Item... Maiden's Kiss. Did we not buy Maiden's Kiss? Uh-oh. I don't think we bought Maiden's Kisses, guys. Are you sure? I mean, evidently I didn't, so... Galuf can't do anything. Such a smug-looking toad. Can you not confuse? This guy gets enemies. Okay, he hit himself decently hard, but I think we might be better off just attacking him instead. Maybe. Maybe not. That's a little counter damage. Try to get rid of the sorcerer first. Yeah, this might be... This is basically as bad as I was fearing this to be, not gonna lie. Do you heal from that? Oh no, he does heal from that. I didn't know. Alright, you just hit yourself, that's good. Let's just bonk. And heal. Oh yes, he's out of MP. So he wouldn't be able to heal himself anymore. We only need to defeat the Gygas enemy. Once the Gygas is defeated, the wolf in the back will just run away. I mean, not like he has that much HP, but still. Okay, we get an Elemental. Excellent. Let's give this to Ferris. This gives us a 1 in 3 chance to dodge physical attacks. And I guess we just have a frog in the team now. have no way to cure the status effect, because apparently it didn't bind. I thought about status cure for all statuses, but evidently I was mistaken. The only way to cure the status is to walk back to the pot. Is this actually even worth it? Or should I just continue it? Hard to tell. I'm gonna save in a separate save slot to see if this is even enough time. Because I feel like it's not going to be. Worth noting, by the way, we're still walking at the same speed as we normally did outside. Which is not correct for any other version. Right, separate save file, just in case we need more. Can Azuna do it? Yes, but we would need to clear another encounter for that. Like, I already planned on not getting Azuna because I think the timer is gonna run out way too early. Gonna run. Come on, guys. Get out of there. Kind of curious that I basically can command them to try and run away while they are still fully attacking too. So I feel like we pretty much need, like, this chest contains money. I'm not even opening that one now. We just need a single Gygas enemy and nothing else in that chest. If there's a sorcerer, we need to knock that guy out first. Oh, it's a single Gygas. Oh, nice. I think Gallop might be defending here instead of attacking, though. Because he was a frog last time. Yes, he's defending. So I need to... Oh, disable auto mode! My goodness. Press the wrong button. Attack, attack, attack as well. There we go. Come on, guys, hit him good. But already is really low on HP too. That's real bad. Surely can't have that many more counterattacks. Although one more will knock out butts. Okay, just about good enough. 2 minutes. Mango required. This thing we can't use right now, but pretty much every other class aside from White Mage and Monk, I guess, can use it. And it's an incredibly good weapon for this point in the game, and even later is still useful because it has a 25% chance to block physical attacks. Yeah, this chest right here, money, don't care. I'm trying to see if I can make this still. Chest on the left is Azuna. Alright, we're just gonna attack, and you attack the sergeant, and you attack the sergeant. So the idea is that the sergeant is going to transform into Iron Claw when all of his little wolf minions are down. But we're going to leave one wolf alive for him to not transform. Because in Iron Claw mode, he also has significantly higher physical defense. I feel like it's gonna come down to the wire here. Come on, knock him out, Lena. Oh no. I think one more attack on the wolf will do the trick. The wolves don't attack on their own volition in this encounter. They do in the random encounters though. But here they only attack once the sergeant tells them to. So you attack here, and you specifically attack the sergeant. And we just need Ferris to specifically attack the sergeant too. He has like 1000 HP, so we might have enough time to punch through him. Plus, the nice thing about flails, one of the few nice things, is that we deal full damage to him. Although sometimes it really doesn't feel like it, huh? Come on, guys. The wolf will run away when the sergeant goes down. Oh, this is so close. We might not make it, because we still have to walk outside after the encounter. Ah, that's not it. Boom! Alright, we get to see Boom. Oh, was not particularly impressive. Let's go back to where we started the castle thing. This time without getting frogged. Hopefully. Still want to pick up the ribbon for the dancer later. Confuse them. Oh, they missed us. You know, I should probably just attack, to be completely honest. Again, confused enemies cannot dodge attacks. So, I think it's just more correct to attack instead of anything else. Minute character double their shield evasion, but enemies here generally don't have shield evasion. So it should not affect their evasion at all. Come on, Butts, finish it off, please. The frog is ready to battle. Alright, we got the ribbon again. My goodness. Run away. Bite. Guys, frogs are friends, not food. Please don't bite the frogs. And the game doesn't let me run this time around. Wait, I think the wolves are not attacking their own volition either. They should get a turn. Oh no, they do. No. You hate this part in normal playthrough. 4 white mages, blah. Still better than one as a solo white mage. Probably. Hi, I'm going to... Can I go back to title screen? I'm gonna redo this. This already cost me way too much time. Return to title, yes. Let's try this again. With this file here, maybe. This was before I picked up the mango. Actually, no. That's not good. Because this was before I picked up the mangoes. That already lost a lot of time. What I could do is I could clear the encounter at the entrance of the castle and then go back inside. Confusion. Guys, you're not allowed to use confusion as I get my turn. He's gonna just do silly things like... Instead of hitting him... Oh, he just hit himself, never mind. He did do the smart thing of hitting himself. 1 in 4 chance for him to hit himself. I don't know what the chance is for enemies to attack. We could silence these guys. That actually would be a much better choice, now I think about it. I have silence too. And they would not be able to cast Confuse or Toad anymore. This is arguably the most painful Karnak escape so far. So far. Yes. Don't worry. At the track record that Magus is doing the Fiestas in, he's bound to have one that is gonna be even more challenging. Oh, by the way, the other chests I'm skipping for the most part just contain elixirs. Which, you know, if we need elixirs, I could just go and farm them in the ship graveyard, if absolutely necessary. But a lot of them are guarded by either sorcerers or Geigas, or a combination of the two. Just on the right here contains a shuriken. Oh, that's nice. That was a quick and efficient encounter to get out. Again, we could pick up the money, but considering on how close it probably was on defeating the other guy, it's actually entirely possible that not picking up the 2 money chests earlier might have won us the thing earlier. Alright, let's see. Oh, single guy, guess we just attack. Perfect. I was considering trying to confuse him, but while he still has MP, he probably would be able to heal himself for a lot if he feels like it, which would be counterproductive. So I think just attacking is the way to go. He's also reasonably rare that this just here is the single Gygas encounter instead of Gygas, Wolf and Sorcerer, so that's lucky, I take it. This is where you realize that Extra was right to put this place into the void. Now funnily enough, Karnak is not in the void in the end actually. But I suppose he probably tried to put everything in the void, huh? Come on guys, you can do it. Not enough MP. Maybe we did need that extra level on fairies to deal extra damage. Oh well. There we go. 1 elemental. Excellent. Then we heal up. And run over to the Magus chest. If the save point wasn't so far away, I would consider saving in between of these accomplishments, but it is far away. I guess it's especially awkward because I suppose if I didn't accidentally not buy status recovery items, we also probably would have won the previous run. Why so many monsters here? I don't know, maybe they are attracted by the power of the crystal leaking up. Oh no, not the mod, guys. We need to silence the sorcerer. On the bright side, the sorcerer doesn't get a turn to immediately confuse a character and then immediately make them hit themselves. Because we are technically faster. And we didn't miss the Gilly so far, that's good damage at least. Fusion on 1. Okay, we disable auto mode here. Here around Galaf. Oh nice, thank you Wolf. He just knocked Galaf out of the stupor. Right, white magic, silence. Oh, you can multi-target silence? Since when? I just assumed that silence is gonna hit. Well, it didn't say miss, so I'm pretty sure that guy's not silenced. And it's lasting for 2.5 turns. Probably should heal Galaf. Ooh, we still have enough MP to cast 2 arrow counterattacks. Alright. Ooh, heal. I was lucky. Heal. A single target heal on Galef would have been... it doesn't make a big difference. Come on guys, believe. Oh, well, now they attack the wolf. Entirely unnecessary, but... okay. The fight is so slow, even the guy gets run out of MP. I mean, they don't have much MP to begin with. But yes. I think at some point somebody asked me whether there's any music track in the game that I don't like. I guess this one. Initially I couldn't think of one, but this one is way too short of a loop on for how long it potentially can play consecutively. 3 minutes should easily be enough, but again, I'm still not gonna pick up that money chest, we just don't need the money. Alright. Attack, attack, and you guys attack the guy in the back. Probably slightly well, it's very inefficient to do it this way, but that's okay. Can't just listen to the Final Fantasy 5 OST on its own. You always make a playlist of all the songs except for this one. Yes, it is a wise choice. Oh, which game was it? Grandia 2? Where they translated Miss into like the equivalent of girl or woman in the German translation, I think was it. It's really goofy. Okay, Lena knocked out 2 wolves. Fräulein, there we go, that was it. Thank you for the correction. I mean, I'm seeing so many misses here, so I have plenty of time to contemplate such interactions. Good evening, Matt the Geek. Thank you for the good luck. Welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. I think this time we definitely have enough time to knock this guy out. We already did good a chunk of damage to him. And we should be fine. Alrighty, we win. They could knock out this wolf too, but it's probably gonna run away. Oh. They want the experience. Do we actually get experience here? We do. One of the few forced battles where you do get experience. And we managed to clear the castle. Alrighty. Let's hope it's not a thief. And let's hope it's something we can use. Anything is better than thief white mage Biblos. Escape with all the important things, indeed. Like, it would be nice to potentially have Aesuna here. I think you can cure paralysis with it, although I'm actually really not sure. But that's more or less the only use it has. Alrighty, Beastmaster. Geomancer. Ninja. 90 is guessing Blue Mage. So, we can have any job that is Wind, Earth, or Fire Crystal in this scenario here. Blue Mage is about Wind Crystals, so very possible. Let's save. And let's roll. See what we get next. Alrighty, that took a while, but you know, that's... I suppose I expected that at this point. You hope I get a calculator. Maybe later. Let's see. Unlock. Okay. That's the polar opposite of what it could potentially have been against Biblos. The exact opposite, I would dare to say, because it goes from something that can't beat Biblos to something that can absolutely easily demolish Biblos. And, for that matter, the best of the game. We have a ninja. Great news, everybody! We have to have at least one ninja in the team and one mage in the team at any given point now. And guess what? We're gonna turn 3 people into ninjas now. That's a wrap. Galov Ninja. Yes. We can also put white magic on the ninjas because, well, we can probably use all the white magic since we had to grind quite a few levels for that. We're gonna turn... Actually, we're gonna leave Fairies as a white mage for a little while longer until she learns the next level of white magic. I think level 6 white mage might be the maximum. Well, the maximum for white magic specifically. Ninja Lena. Oops, I didn't give you the ability. Lena, white magic. Oh, it doesn't actually rearrange your equipment. Change jobs, white magic. Wait, what did I just say? Why did I select Fairies instead of Butts? Derp. Fairies, you stay white mage for a little while longer. You can have white mage with white magic. And Butts ninja. Alrighty, Final Fantasy V, one of the core identities of this game, if you will, is that you can equip subclasses to classes. Since we already leveled up a bunch as a mage, we now have the capability of leveling or attaching the white mage abilities to a ninja. So these ninjas are almost as good as a regular white mage in casting these spells. They would be exactly as good if they had the highest level white magic spell list on them, because that also transfers the white mage's magic power over to the ninjas, which is especially notable because ninjas have throw as their main command. The ability to throw all sorts of... Let's finally buy eye drops and maiden's kisses. The ability to throw all sorts of things, notably weapons if you have a lot of money to throw them with, but also, importantly, oh, we had one maiden's kiss. Oops. You can also throw ninja scrolls. However, we don't actually yet have access to being able to buy ninja scrolls. However, the grind we did in the ship graveyard earlier probably gave us a bunch of flame scrolls already, so we have those here. Flame scrolls are fantastic because they deal really good fire damage to enemies, and now that fire damage is actually even boosted by having extra power through the white mage equipment, or well, equipping the white magic that gives us the white mage's power level to those characters too. On top of that, we can of course also equip our ninjas with daggers. Ninjas, their passive ability is... well, 2 they have. One is they have an increased chance of getting preemptive strikes against enemies, which is nice. And 2, they have the ability to equip 2 weapons at a time. We have a main gauche, which is a stronger weapon than the mithril dagger, but besides that we don't really have any good daggers, so we can just... Oh, right, moonring blades, I forgot about that. They can use moonring blades for full effect. Don't forget to farm Doom access to throw death. Would be kind of fun if the secondary effects work like that. Although, I mean, maybe they work like that in this version, who knows? So, we actually could buy silver plates for the ninjas. I guess we're gonna buy 2, why not? And we have money, right? What's the strongest weapon we can throw here? Is it the mithril hammer or the mithril sword? Let's see. It's basic. I think it's usually purely based on attack power. Mithril dagger has a throw attack power of 23. Sword is 31. Spear is 30. Mithril hammer is 28. So 31 from the sword is stronger. So we're gonna buy, if I press the correct buttons, a bunch of extra mithril swords to throw at Ifrit. Don't worry, we're gonna make the money back soon enough anyways. Okay, this playthrough got significantly, dramatically, absurdly much easier now that we have a ninja. Like, it is gonna be night and day compared to how it was before. So yeah, look, the ninjas actually have 100% hit rate with their dagger type weapons. They deal actually good damage. And it's not like your secondary weapon on the ninja deals reduced damage because they would be two-hand or dual-wielding weapons. No, it's still full power on both weapons. Also, before we go through the desert, we are just going to save because that desert is full of Dorm Chimeras, which will absolutely murder us if they feel like it. Full heal for free, and into the library we go. I think that's an ether? Yeah. Also, I'm curious on how much experience we gain from these encounters. I'm actually still gonna fight these. Normally, the library encounters are not worth fighting at all. Because they have way more HP than the gift. 95. So that's 297 gil. Let's see. Page 64. 150. Gil from page 64. Page 32 is 100. Okay, you do get actually full experience and money from both enemies here. So they already fixed this in this version, so that's nice. Because again, normally fighting enemies in the library is terrible. Don't recommend, because you in the Super Nintendo Game Boy Advance version you only get experience and money from the very last enemy you defeat in a sequence. And sometimes that sequence is all the way from page 32 up to 256 and then back down to page 32. And they just get a minuscule amount of experience for it. It's ridiculous. Anyways, that is not the problem here. So, white magic, cure everybody. Let's see. In the quote-unquote more normal versions, plus magics have abilities boost scrolls, right? And plus element as well, yes. This one should too. Well, probably. I don't know why it would deviate. But who knows? Anyways, our ninjas should deal much more damage with scrolls. But, welcome to Ifrit, he has 3000 HP. And he loves to just cast all sorts of nonsense at us. He does have a weakness to ice, but we don't really have a way of taking advantage of that. But what we can do is we can throw our mithril swords at him. Throwing items is a guaranteed hit. He has like, what, 30% evasion? Which, by the way, if you attack with daggers, the enemy's evasion is halved. Normally, anyways. It's anybody's guess if this version does that as well. But yeah, Ifrit basically just attacks with a lot of fire damage. We are probably fine just attacking. I probably don't need to use... Like, because we are so over-leveled now compared to where we would normally be, because we had to do a bit of extra grinding with the white mages, I think this is gonna be easy enough. But I basically bought the mithril swords for Ifrit specifically, and I wasn't sure how much damage it would do. And you know, it's fine. And Ferris is now white magic or white mage level 6. Again, I'm not sure if White Magic level 6 is the full White Magic spell list. It might be, because the last ability of the White Mage that they learn is plus 10% maximum MP, which, well, unless you're doing a solo character challenge or a solo job challenge, I don't know why you would ever equip that one. But theoretically, fairies should now be fully capable of casting White Magic as well as any other attacks with increased power. Righty, who are we gonna turn into the White Mage for now? Now let's have Galuf White Mage. I've always really liked Galuf's White Mage outfit. Like, I think his outfit looks great as a White Mage in my opinion. He just has a nice gown, I guess you could say. Anyways, optimize yours. So you now have Galuf stuff, and you also get the Elven Mantle for a slight bit of extra speed. So the reason why we need to defeat Ifrit, even though it's a summon that feels like it's optional since it's out of the way, is because otherwise this bookshelf is just being mean and doesn't let us through. First strike. That's okay. Attack. 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 Page 64 times 3. By the way, you do not want to have your characters have a level multiple of 5, because otherwise level 5 death will just kill your party. Yep. I knew Fairy's level was 19. I have to admit I didn't remember that everybody else is level 15. It is amazing on how frequently you get to this point in the run, and your party is either level 10 or level 15 when you arrive here. It is absolutely fascinating. It's fine. Fairies can just run through here. We're gonna run. The enemy or the encounters in here you can guaranteed run away from. As long as you don't get into a back attack, they don't get an attack off either, so we're gonna be fine. Level 5 Doom is a perfectly positioned spike trap in La Mulana, or the equivalent of it. Yeah. And the funny part about those traps is that they are exactly in one location and one location only, and yet you still manage to fall in those things all the dang time. Like, it's not even a particularly wide trap. You could fall to the left or to the right of it theoretically, but no, you just plummet straight down into it. Alrighty. Anyways, this would be where, if we didn't already have the flame scrolls from the ship graveyard, I would have gone back to farm a few. Because this boss here, this is the reason why I was really worried that we would have only white mages and or thieves for here, because this is Biblos. He's weak to fire. He also has 3600 HP. But most importantly, once he drops below 900 HP remaining, he has a 1 in 3 chance to counterattack with Drain, dealing about 200 to 250 damage to your characters in damage and healing himself for the same. White mages and thieves just straight up do not have enough attack power to defeat this guy before he runs out of MP. Literally, you need to run him out of MP with his spells not even costing that much MP to begin with, in order to defeat him with that setup. But with ninjas, we have flame scrolls powered up through the white mage. Oh, and he even demonstrates the Drain to us. Drain can miss, however, it is not particularly likely in doing so. Also, we just received the ability to smoke. To smoke? Sure. Smoke. Smoke is actually great. I forgot about smoke entirely until just now. Smoke is a guaranteed ability to run away, kind of like the thief's flee or escape or scram ability. I guess depends on your version. So yeah, Ninja has a lot of really nice things going for it. Hey PJ, what version is this? Surprise Hidden Wonderswan version. Ah, Wonderswan has a bunch of very fascinating games on that system. I agree. Anyways, this is the old Steam/iOS mobile version. That is no longer on sale. You can no longer buy it, to my knowledge. And neither should you. Like, it has actually some nice things going for it. The character sprites and, well, character sprites aside from their weird pose, in my opinion, look great. Like, look at Butts here, just like, you're about to fall over forward, buddy. It's just weird. But yeah, enemy sprites in this version look fantastic in my opinion. That's kind of the main thing I will say about it. Besides that, it is notorious for a reason. It's the forbidden Steam version. Oh, I should read YouTube chat more frequently, I'm sorry. I only just now saw that one. Thicket Basilisk Lure, glad to catch you live. What kind of run is this? Meteor, this is a Haboob run, where basically every crystal we have a chance to roll either the crystal itself or a wind or an earth crystal for us. And yes, I mean, I'm usually just terrible at reading the chat normally. But now that I have two chats to read, I'm even worse at it. Sorry. By the way, if I ever miss anything in chat, feel free to just say, hey Yaga, dingus, answer, please. Feel free to yell at me, that's fine. I'm sorry. Chimera 1 pixel jump scare. Yeah. Ninja is the second fastest job class in the entire game, tied with Mystic Knight. So I think that usually outpaces a Chimera, and you can guaranteed run away before it can hit you, but I'm actually not sure. If you're streaming to multiple sites, Twitch and YouTube, then it makes sense to use an app to consolidate them into a single chat room. Yes. I was actually just setting up the YouTube stream for testing purposes. Like, what I was trying to do today is was trying to see, okay, does my YouTube stream actually work? So I set it up, tried to click the stream button on the YouTube side, and then OBS tells me, hey, you need to actually stream to Twitch, so it can send the same encoding over to YouTube. Otherwise it doesn't do that with the little plugin I have. Because I have a plugin that just uses the same encoding and sends it to second or other streaming websites. And I set it up as a secondary stream. So I was just trying to see if it actually works. And then I couldn't test it. And I suppose I decided to just test it live, because why not? You're welcome. For the reply, that is. I probably should specify as to what I'm referring to. I usually try. Mystic Knight has no right for its speed, but you get it so you can set up. Mystic Knight being so fast is really fun in my opinion. It doesn't have, like, of the melee classes, I think it has one of the lower strength stat, all things considered. But its speed being that high is just kind of neat. Also, there's no reason for us to play the pianos anymore. Because we are not gonna get a bard in this team, because that was a fire crystal potential. Good job, Galuf. Probably doing better than I would. Piano flex. I feel like they should have given a high speed stat to the Dragoon to differentiate it from other heavy armor classes. Just a random thought. Okay, we can still get Thief. But even if I get Thief, I can still go back to get the Thief's Glove later. Although admittedly, getting Thief now would be really awkward, because now I wouldn't be able to steal the Lamia's tiara. Actually, no, you roll the Thief when... you roll the Thief. Or well, you roll the class when you get into the crystal room, right? Not after you defeat Arcueus. Because if it was after Arcueus, we could just backtrack afterwards. Dragoon has lower speed usually because of the jump mechanics timing, if you recall. Similar to Mystic Knight having a high speed for mechanical reasons. Maybe. Could be. The primary reason to play pianos is the piano flex. Well, that's fair. But yeah, in my opinion, Ninja and Summoner are like the two main classes that turn your Fiesta into easy mode. Ninja maybe more so than Summoner. Summoner you have to worry about MP, which I kinda forgot about, to be completely honest. But besides that, Summoner is just insanely powerful. But Ninja is even more so because you have a stack of 99 scrolls probably to throw around, and you're not gonna run out anytime soon, and even if you do, you can just go buy more scrolls because they are pretty cheap. And then on top of that, they synergize really well with magic power or magic classes, because the throwing lightning, fire, and ice and water scrolls is boosted in terms of power if you words. The scrolls are boosted in power through magic power as well. On top of that, if you have, let's say, a summoner with the throw command instead of the ninja with the throw command, you can even equip, let's say, a flame rod to boost it even further by 50%. It's crazy good. It doesn't make the triple crown easy with ninja. No, it doesn't. If you have a way to berserk Shinryu, ninja enables you to just spam image with the various characters and easy win. But by itself, it's true, it doesn't have actually that great of a matchup into Shinryu. At least it helps a lot depending on other character setup. Does quick click work in this version? Maybe. I would need to get a time mage in order to check. I would not be surprised if it worked in this version. Although they did rework the battle system entirely overall, I think it's still plausible that it could still work. I would need to get bio to check, right? We also would need to get the quick spell. Like, this version is extremely faithful to the original. Arguably more so than the Pix remaster. Arguably to its detriment. But it's a thing. There's a blue spell that works too, if you recall. The Mind Drain spell. What's it called? That's a high encounter rate on the sea. Mind Blast. There we go. Thank you. You do love how none of the portraits in this look remotely like they expect characters to look. Yeah, these characters are for the official art, all things considered. Is it possible to... That's not what I expected there to happen in a step to the right. Is it possible to park the ship in a way where I can no longer access it? I feel like this could be a thing. You like Amana style, it's just you don't think it's matched. I agree. I entirely agree. Like in a video game, it makes more sense to have all the characters have very distinct hair colors to differentiate them much more easily. But of course, that's not quite how the concept art is created. Trying to think whether there's anything I want in here. Not really. We're just gonna get our Chocobo friend and get out of here. What the heck is that? A Chocobo? Where? Overall, you don't have much beef with this version, except you really dislike the soft, fuzzy sprites for people. I think the user interface is just clumsy and terrible. Like, that's the main thing I'll say. Honestly, I personally don't even mind the character sprites. Also, apparently, somebody mentioned the other day that there is a mod that allows you to replace the character sprites for more reasonable ones too. So that's nice. The Chocobo is adorable in this version, I agree. It's great. That could be a great board face right there. Look at this guy. He looks so fluffy. Alright, I do not remember where the city is, where Butts' home place lives. There we go. Welcome to Licks. Since this game basically uses just a Super Nintendo arrangement for the music, this is still one of my favorite themes. So here you can buy all the things that they sell here for half the price what they normally cost. So potions, antidotes and everything, but I already bought a bunch of these. I guess I can buy a bunch of extra tents here. Wait, no I shouldn't. I should actually use up all of my money on the stock up here. Because they sell kunai, shuriken, flame scrolls and water scrolls. Apparently kunais are weapons? I actually did not remember that part, to be completely honest. Not like you usually use them. So, we're going to buy out there a lot of these, or as many as we can afford. And we even sell stuff to be able to afford more. Why do I have 6 silk ropes? How did that happen? We could still get a chemist, so I guess I keep the turtle shells. Silver specks we sell. Daggers we have no more use for. We keep the ribbon. I don't think we ever need any flails anymore. Mithril swords. We don't need to throw any more mithril swords. I'm gonna sell these for now. Mithril knife. Leather armors. Plumed hats. Plumed hats are still good. I'm gonna use these potentially. You know what, let's also buy a bunch of water scrolls. I don't know which one of these scrolls have the fastest animation, which is gonna be relevant for the upcoming grind. So let's just buy a bunch of each type and see. So each scroll costs 200 gold, which, you know, it's a good chunk. However, compared to how much money we can earn with these things, this is absolutely nothing in comparison. Because if we just fly north from here, we can land in a forest on a particular kind of island that has guaranteed encounters for 5 black flames. And black flames, notably, give a ton of money and experience, and they are very easy to take down. So we throw, let's see, lightning scrolls, throw flame scrolls. We don't need to throw more than one type of scroll, by the way. It's literally gonna be sufficient to just throw one type of scroll. These things only have like 220 HP. Normally the gimmick is that they have a lot of physical evasion, so hitting them is tricky. But scrolls just absolutely obliterate them. And that was a decently fast animation. If you remember correctly, the lightning should be the fastest. It is in most versions. I don't know about this one. Lightning throw. It's definitely decently fast. Let's take a look at the flame scrolls and water scrolls. Well, I guess we can look at them as we throw them, huh? Once the others are out. But yeah, this is the most efficient way to grind black flames. Like, you can technically just break elemental rods against these guys in order to obliterate their composition as well, and you actually gain money from doing so, even though the rods cost 750 gold each as opposed to the 200 from the scrolls. But the scrolls are just that good. Oh, I meant to ask, hey Samurai Guru, welcome. Quick question. You mentioned at some point that the drop rate for rare drops is not 1 in 16, but I don't remember what it actually was. Do you have the notes for that somewhere? Because I forgot to note it down last time. It's funny, Bart cannot handle any vehicle chocobo solo. First it's the pyro ship, now this. I mean, he does his best. I guess he does start the game by getting thrown off of his chocobo, huh? But then again, that's arguably a good thing. Let you see your notes. Alright, thank you, I appreciate that. We arguably already have more than enough levels to breeze through this. But I don't trust that this version is nearly as easy as it otherwise would be with ninjas, so I'm taking my time to just run back and forth a little while here. Probably just use up all of the scrolls I bought, go and buy new ones, and then we move on. So, and we just acquired the next ninja ability here. Let me real quick talk about that one. We just got Image. Create illusions to absorb 2 direct physical attacks. Indeed, it actually is very descriptive on what it does. This is the exact same thing as the white magic spell Image does. It just gives you 2 chances, or well, 2 guaranteed dodges against physical attacks. It is functionally dramatically better than Protect, in the sense that instead of halving the physical damage received, it reduces it to 0. But only for 2 attacks, and then you have to reapply it. But still, if you're trying to squeak by certain high-level enemies with low HP characters, then Image tends to be much better than Protect. Although, I mean, nothing is stopping us from applying both Image and Protect, I guess. Level ups. applying both image and protect seems inefficient in terms of action economy. I mean, yes, but also, if you do something like that, let's say in phase 1 against the final boss, where you have extra time to spare to actually use both at the same time, might as well. Because later in the battle it could get a lot more hectic and you might have a lot less time to actually do that then. But in general, you just use one or the other, it's true. Protect does not have a lifetime. Protect and Shell just last forever. Reflect, I think, is the only beneficial spell that eventually runs out like that. After like 2.5 turns or so. Okay, let me write that down real quick. Thank you, Samurai Gora. Let's see, steel odds go from rare equals 18256. That's with a Thief's Glove, isn't it? To 112 out of 250. Normally it's 112 out of 256. None is 136 out of 256. To rare, 9 of 256. Oh! The previous were the original steel odds, is what you're trying to say. 207 out of 256 for normal, and 40 out of 256 is nothing. The numbers represent possible RNG values. Oh, I see, so that's the range you're describing. Right, basically, the way the algorithm guides describe stealing, it's basically with a Thief's Glove, an 80% chance to successfully steal, then a 10 in 256 chance to steal the rare drop. And if you combine the two numbers, it's exactly 8 in 256 chance to get the rare steal with a Thief's Glove equipped. So I was wondering whether that was just the combined numbers. But I guess the difference between stealing normal and nothing is quite dramatically different. So is this based on enemies, I guess? Also, I have to admit, I have way more scrolls than I thought I did. I was thinking, yeah, let's just use up all the scrolls. But this might take a bit longer than I anticipated it would. (18 to 56) is 1 out of 32, but depending on how good the pseudo-random number generator is, 8 in 256 and 1 in 32 might not be equivalent in practice. Yes, well... that's fair. Without the glove equipped, the RNG numbers for rare steals are 36, 86, 96, 125, 143, 179, 192, 224, and with the glove you include 255. Those are the possible numbers you can roll in order to successfully get the rare steal, if I understand it correctly. Writing that down. Thank you. You have a spreadsheet with the information. You can post it here. It would be easier. Sure, if you'd like to. Thank you, I appreciate it. Alright, Ferris, how many more scrolls do you have to throw? I think that might have been literally the last... Oh no, there's 2 more. Sweet, thank you very much, Samurai Guru. Numbers! Steel odds. Sweet. Did you by chance have something equivalent for... enemy drops? Or are these numbers accurate enough in the algorithms thingy? But yeah, thank you very much. Your formatting really reminds me of like lottery numbers, so that's quite amusing. You have a chart for drops too. Nice. Back attack. I'm pretty sure Ferris should be out of lightning scrolls now, so she should probably just do physical attacks here, right? Or well, she would if I didn't redirect her attention away. Throw. Yep. Let's see flame scrolls. I feel like I would need to run the animation side by side to discern which one is faster. Because flame seems decently fast too. Admittedly, it doesn't really matter that much in the end, because flame has just a nicer sound effect. So I might just pick it because of that. Oh, there we go, spreadsheet. Thank you, Samurai Guru. Hello, welcome to you, Red Kilo Wizard. Hope you're doing well. Odds and chart. This table of red drop odds was made specific for Crystal's battle. There is no guarantee that it works 100% for any battle. For Crystal's battle? What's Crystal's battle? Like the things? Oh, or the Seal Guardians maybe. Because I did remember there was like some project or some people interested in trying to get all the rare drops from all enemies, but they got stuck on Dragon Pod because they did which little flowers could drop dark matters. So they needed to get 5 rare drops in one battle there. This was your chance to rickroll all of us. Yeah. It's been a while since I got rickrolled, to be fair. Does that even happen anymore nowadays? Also, fun fact. White Mage has exactly 3 less vitality than Ninja. Because Gallof and Len have the exact same maximum HP. And that's the difference between the two. It's okay, Mikachu. Now I'm curious what that is about. Happy Pride. Welcome to EKCL. Hope you're doing well. Flame scrolls. White magic level 6 on butts as well. Excuse me, Galuf. I don't really foresee any trouble with ninjas in World 1. Do I need to worry about the Seal Guardians? Probably not, because worst case scenario, you would just throw a bunch of shurikens in one turn in order to murder them. Also, on an entirely different and mostly random note, once you master ninjas, you can put dual wield on other characters. So we could, in theory, have a white mage dual wielding flails for double the fun. Or even Morning Stars. Not really a reason to do so, but it's a thing you can do. Surely we're gonna run out of flame scrolls sometime soon. Your favorite is still white mage plus barehanded. It's good. They deal the same damage as monks would, just with a lot less maximum HP and physical defense. But that's okay, you don't need that. You can just punch enemies really hard. A bit sad that you can't learn the kick ability from the monk, because that would actually be really good in some versions. But actually, in every version it would be potentially useful for Job Fiestas if you don't have any other way of dealing area of effect damage. Guys, you're supposed to have an increased chance of preemptive strikes, not back attacks. Come on. That was a lot of damage in Galuf. But hey, turns out Galuf is pretty good with white magic, so you can just heal easily. We still have more flame scrolls. It's nice to get good damage from the back row with kicks and the Pixel Remaster, yes. I will argue that kick should always deal full damage from and into the back row. That just seems correct to me, rather than it being affected by row. Although wasn't kick particularly strong if you equipped something like, let's say, axes on the monk as well in the Pixel Remaster, where it just got a significant boost to its damage output for some reason? Maybe that was a different thing. I guess technically, usually if you use barehanded, you attack twice, and that's kind of the way they balance the attack power. But if you have a sword, then that would be kind of equivalent damage, just like one sword attack or one dagger attack. But if you scale that to kick being effectively half a hit, then that would be even stronger. Also, I forgot these things are weak to water. Water scrolls are one of the very few ways of actually dealing water damage. Most of the time, in this game, you don't really have reliable access to water damage. And to be fair, there's not a whole lot of enemies that are weak to it, so it doesn't really matter too much. But until you get Leviathan as a summon, water scrolls are your only way to deal water-based damage reliably. The only other way would be Geomancer with the Gaia ability at beaches. Is Aqua Rake not water damage? No, actually, it's not. Desert-type enemies take 8 times damage, ignoring the defense from Aqua Rake, but it's not in fact water. That's the weird part about it. So if you equip a Coral Ring against the Seal Guardian that throws Aqua Rakes at your team, it does not in fact deal extra damage. Aqua Rake is Rake type damage, yes. Basically, Aqua Rake being just neutral elemental damage is one of the reasons that, generally speaking, I think it is fair to assume that water and earth-based elements were not actually implemented until later into the development cycle of the game. Because it's kind of weird to specifically code enemies to take 8 times damage from Aqua Rake when you could just make them weak to water instead. But then again, maybe they wanted to make the enemies in the desert especially susceptible to Aqua Rake for one reason or another. Who knows? Anyways, I'm done here. I'm done grinding. Let's load up on scrolls, because we probably got a tremendous amount of money from this place. Hello. I could buy kunais, but we're just gonna throw scrolls at everything anyways. Oh dear. I one scroll at a time. I wonder if I could wrap around with a minus button. Probably not. Oh my goodness. Now notably, water scrolls are actually gonna be important in World 1 if we want to keep throwing elemental scrolls against enemies, if we want to use this against Arceus Avis. Although, arguably we can just throw the shurikens at it. Add throw to your white mage and white magic to your ninja for scrolls to be hilarious until the end of the game. Yes. It's just that strong. Alrighty, welcome to the next stretch of the game. Probably should save once in a while. That would likely be very reasonable. Also, I think we learned throw after the next level, was it? I don't remember what's next on the ninja ability list. But I remember Throw being surprisingly late into their abilities. Oh, don't worry about it. By the way, fun fact. Backseat gaming is allowed here. Sometimes I'm just a doofus and forget about basic things. So you can throw these kinds of ideas and concepts out there if you'd like to. Or you can just try to give me advice, because sometimes I'm a dingus and I forget. I've forgotten a lot about this game, let's be real. Welcome to Sandworm, 3000 HP. And if you attack the holes at any point, they will deal damage to you, basically hitting your party back for a good chunk of damage. However, this thing is not weak to water, but let me put it this way. Sure, we're gonna take a bunch of demi counterattacks here, but on one hand, we have a white mage to heal it all up, and on the other hand, 800 to 900 damage is so much more damage than we otherwise could do. So I'm still gonna throw those water scrolls anyways. Look at that sandworm. This looks kind of nasty. My goodness. But yeah, the idea is that you're supposed to avoid hitting the holes, but this is the most damage we can arguably do to him. Well, technically it's not true. We could use shurikens, which are higher single target damage, but yeah, I'd like to keep the shurikens for a different reason. It's okay, Clarin. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of channels, especially Twitch and YouTube, that don't appreciate backseat gaming, so it's always good to just know as to what's happening at any given point. But around here, unless I'm doing a blind playthrough of a game, and or specifically ask for advice in those games, yeah, I'm perfectly fine with people just kind of giving me their ideas and opinions on things. First strike. You know what? Throw lightning and fire scrolls at everything. Because everything just goes down anyways. It's so much damage to it. These scrolls deal so much damage, it's crazy. Front seat gaming only. No, backseat gaming is also possible here. These things have 440 HP. Excuse me. These things had 440 HP. Let's see if we can do the quick sequence here as well. There he goes! He runs away! That was King Tycoon. He runs away! I'm just trying to get away from King Tycoon. Nope, this is the same sequence. I like how that dramatic music was just until we landed. It's always kind of funny that Galuf can hear them, but not the other way around. Also, this clearly demonstrates our character's abilities to climb when necessary. Too bad we can't do this any other way. Or maybe it's a good thing, because otherwise stuff could get a lot more complicated. Some people might enjoy that part. Meanwhile, Mitten said bring the Chocobo back home. Also, let's see if this version actually knows about pulling the switch. Or if there's only a push for the switch. I would guess this one actually knows. Again, it's been very, very faithful to the original, to a fault. Let's see, there's a switch here, push the switch? No. There's a switch here, pull the switch, yes. See, this is what you're supposed to be able to do. But the Pix Remaster forgot to re-implement this. We get a shuriken and we even get the mini spell. It's kinda rare that all three of these things are actually useful. Shurikens, notably, are extremely strong throwing items for ninja without an element. Much stronger than even the elemental scrolls for the most part, although they are single target. But we will have a bunch of single targets where we will want to use them. This is the fire-powered ship. You thought it sunk. But yeah, if you're like me, you might not have realized that you can actually go back into the steam-powered ship right here. This is the steam-powered ship. For some reason, I always... well, I just didn't remember this dialogue referring to this ship as the steam-powered ship that we had before. Anyways, these guys were falling for a good 2 minutes. Good thing they are not hurt, because fall damage does not exist in this universe. Maybe we should ask Grandpa. Huh. Where did he go? This is basically my favorite scene in the game. Where it just showcases Sid being this absolutely crazy inventive genius. And he goes, hot diggity dang, this is mind-blowing. Like, the part where they flew to bring the Black Chocobo back home, and then they just randomly fell into a deep black pit out of nowhere and landed next to their friends that are just happened to be in that scenario. He doesn't care, he just sees ancient futuristic technology and has to just investigate immediately. Yeah. Alrighty, also, here we get to the next boss. This is Carl Boss Jr., also known as Crayclaw. This boss in particular absolutely loves to spam Tail Screw, which puts your character into critical HP. To the extent that it's actually more efficient to just not heal the characters that get put into critical HP and instead just to try and deal damage. Especially if your damage is lightning, because he only has 2000 HP. And if you can deal lightning damage of sorts, then he is really not a problem. The sky is yours, kids. Now get out there. Do we want mage mashers? It will be slightly stronger daggers than what ninjas currently have, but I don't think we're gonna do much physical attacking, and if we do, we could just throw the shurikens instead, so probably not. One thing actually I only just now realized is the world map in this version feels a lot larger because your airship is actually not moving nearly as fast. It's actually interesting of the contrast, like it feels like this world here is just a bit larger than the other ones. Anyways, we witness an airship rise from the depths of the sand ocean and immediately go back to tell Sid and Mid about this. Can I land here? Hello? I swear I can land here. I'm pressing the wrong button to try and land. Oh no, I am pressing the correct button. I guess this might be pixel perfect to try and land here. The game doesn't let me. Oh, no, I could. Oh, interesting. No, actually you can't land on this part. That's peculiar. Fair, but peculiar. I think this is a part where I actually appreciate the Pixar Remastered changes, where the cutscene for this year begins immediately as soon as you enter right here. Because to some people it might not be immediately obvious that you're supposed to go and interact with the rock. Especially if you're like a little kid that doesn't actually read much, and you might just be randomly wandering around the world until you find the next thing to trigger. Like I was a kid, as a kid. Or maybe you don't even know English, so you couldn't even read if you wanted to. So you just run around until you stumble upon the next progression trigger. Which would be a lot more difficult to find than... well, this. Anyways, our next opponent here is Timmy. He attacks twice, then attacks once, then attacks twice, then attacks once. Now notably, he does hit really hard, if he hits. I don't think he has any particular weakness we can exploit to water, lightning, or fire. I also don't think he has any particular weakness to anything else, does he? Oh no, there goes my shuriken. Ah, the menu not remembering which scroll I selected. Goodbye shuriken, it's fine. He does have a weakness to ice, but we don't have ice with elemental damage. You would think that throwing something like an ice rod or a flame rod or a lightning rod would deal ice elemental damage, but I think you can actually not throw rods to begin with. But even if you could, I don't think the elements of the weapon usually apply. I'm actually really not sure about that part, to be honest. Like, let's say the coral sword, that is lightning element. You can throw that one. Not sure. So, I'm so sorry, but does anybody else feel like Butts in this pose here looks like a little toddler about to throw a tantrum? I want my choo-choo train. Oh dear. I'm so sorry. He wants uppies. Yes. Like, this is literally how the sprite looks in the Super Nintendo version, but because it literally has, like, I don't know, 50 pixels to represent Butts as in total, you can't make it that detailed, right? It's just because they exactly use the same poses, just upscaled, it just looks weird. Also, can we save? No, okay, so we have to land in order to save in this version. Pixel Remaster allows you to save while being mid-air as well, which I appreciate. Makes it a bit less awkward. Uh-oh. Wait. Okay. You need to press another button in order to ascend into the sky. I'm so used to selecting arrow for that. Anyways, let's see if these are random encounters. Flamethrowers. Okay, throw. These are specifically weak to lightning, so we're gonna throw lightning. Also, these things have 2,500 HP, 2,400, one of the two. And our ninjas just absolutely demolished this. Rocket launchers. These things notably don't actually deal... Well, they always deal percentage-based damage. However, because they always deal percentage-based damage, eventually they will deal 0 damage to you, because 1 HP... It just stays at 1 HP at that point. Rocket launchers, okay. So far the pattern seems consistent. Effectively, these things don't kill you themselves, but they do have a chance to confuse you with the rocket punch ability. So your own party members can murder your own party. Okay, so this was 2 flamethrowers and 2 missile launchers in exact opposition to each other. So it might actually be a set encounter here, whereas it is randomized which one you get in the Super Nintendo, Game Boy Advance and PlayStation versions. The Pixel Master lets you save while submerged, you also discovered? Yes, that makes sense. Also, I forgot about something. Hold up, before we go here. It's like the one good use for a certain white magic spell I didn't pick up yet. So over in history, we can buy a white magic spell that, well, we could have technically already picked up in the Exploding Castle of Karnak. However, for time reasons we didn't do that, but you can just buy the magic here if you missed it. Maybe you can't pick it up here if you missed it. I thought you could pick it up here. Am I crazy? I swear you could pick it up here. Was it in World 2 where you can pick it up? It must be World 2 then, right? Oh well. You thought it was licks for Asuna. Was it? Okay. Let's check. See, I don't usually get to use white mages, so I forget. Plus, usually when you get white mages, you have, you know, not as hard of a time to actually grab the Asuna spell along the way. Usually. Maybe licks. Thank you for the corrections. There. So a magic spell shop here. Yes, there it is. 3,000 monies. Wait, can you normally sell items to this shop? I don't think that's normal. Yeah, I'm not complaining, just surprised. We can't get the ranger anymore, so we can sell the bow. I just love the music in here, it's so good. Alright, Asuna. Asuna is a white magic spell that removes any negative status effect on your character. I believe that's the only way to cure silence and paralyze. Although I don't know if it actually cures silence or paralyze. I mean, it should, right? I just don't know if it does. Anyways. Up into the sky we go. And this time, welcome to Soul Cannon. This thing has functionally 12,500 HP, weak to lightning. So it also has two little launchers on its back that have no weakness to lightning, but they only have 800 HP each. And if they were to be able to attack, they would inflict the old status effect on us. So normally ninjas dispose of the little launchers on the back before they can do anything. However, I wasn't sure whether that would be true for this. If the little launchers hit you, they deal half of your current HP in damage and inflict the old status on you at the same time. So old status would reduce our stats to 1, effectively neutralizing our speed and damage output for the most part. However, Asuna is one of the few ways, well, one of two, well, technically 3 ways of curing that. But yeah, I was just wondering whether I was gonna actually go before the launchers hit me once or not, so I wanted to still have the Asuna spell. But yeah, technically speaking, the Soul Cannon has 22,500 HP. It's just once it drops below 10,000 HP remaining, it will usually self-destruct. Just to give you a fancier version of it exploding rather than the usual standard boss explosion. Also, we can just continue throwing out our scrolls here, because these guys do not absorb lightning. And it's pretty effective. They have 1,000 HP. A cannon with a soul. Oh, it's a cannon with a soul? Or a cannon that fires souls? Or a cannon powered by souls? The questions are piling up. Which one is it? Also, I guess the little bit of extra magic power Fairies has, thanks to having 1 level higher on the White Mage level ability, actually makes a difference here between one-shotting them reliably and not. These enchanted fans... Oh, actually, this is not reliable at all. These enchanted fans have a rare drop chance for a dark bow. A dark bow, notably, inflicts dark on an enemy, and this actually works in this game, where physical attacks have a 75% chance to miss if an enemy is blinded. And the blind status effect does not wear off, ever, unless you cure it. Or the character goes down and you revive them. That works too. The chest on the right contains a gold shield, but it's really far out of the way. And I'm lazy right now, so I'm not going there. These Ronkan Knights, they look very buff in this version. They have, I think, 900 HP, a good chunk of physical defense. But also notably, they have a high potion as a common steal of the FF5. More high potions. High potions often for a lot of parties, it's just the best way to heal your team. Archaeotoads. Oh no, goodbye Frex. Frex? Friends. Frogs. Frog friends. Frex. Riveting. Also, here we get a shuriken. On some teams I sometimes consider skipping the second chest because shurikens are not useful, but of course when you have a ninja, they are especially useful. The freeform movement kind of bothers you. Fun fact is, these rocks are weak to lightning, as are many golems. Kind of like machines. Potentially implying that these machines, these golems are in fact machines. Then again, you can use a gold needle on them. Gold needle removes the petrification status effects. And if you use a gold needle on stone type enemies in this game, they just die. They become too soft to live, as I think the PlayStation version puts it. That Ava sprite is too cute for what a menace it is. That's fair. By the way, once again, another indicator as to why it is reasonable to assume that the water element was implemented later into this game's life cycle. Archeo Avis is immune against all elements in his last form, except for water for some reason. Water still works. But then again, he has a good chunk of magic defense, so you're better off just throwing shurikens or leftover weapons at him instead. Actually, no, we can still get a knight, so we could still technically use the ancient sword. Also, I think we actually don't want to throw lightning scrolls here. Yeah, because the hydras absorb lightning as healing. So we're gonna start throwing water scrolls. Can also throw fire scrolls at them, I think that works too. I believe these have 3000 HP, so this is... Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's less than that. Let's take a closer look at that guy once we're over there. Oh wait, Thresh is gonna throw a lightning scroll again. Oh no, never mind, it's fine. You didn't mind the diagonal movement in the picture enough because at least you were still on the grid, but this you don't know it bothers you a lot. We can turn off diagonal movement, funnily enough. But we're still not on the grid, so I'm not sure that really solves anything for us. It's fine. You're still on the grid, but it's much higher resolution, right? Okay. This might be the first not true to the original thing that I've noticed now. You can normally walk to the left of this statue, but this version doesn't allow you to do that. That's a shame. Let's heal us. Let's take a look at the Archeo Eva sprite up there. It looks like a cute little snake with wings. You know, Quetzalcoatl, I guess. The Clapper Claw? Did they just call it a Clapper Claw? Anyways, welcome to Arcuavis. He starts out with having almost no magic defense with really high physical defense, and then every form he goes through changes this. So right now, he is actually weirdly enough weak to wind in his wind form. Then after 1600 damage, he is going to switch over to being in his ice form. So he's ice now. And in his ice form, he absorbs ice as healing. Let me give you protect, why not? Why do I have you guys in the front row? There's no reason for that. Anyways, if we just throw water scrolls at him, we should be fine with just completely avoiding running into any absorption shenanigans. He switches forms quietly every time after 1600 damage is dealt. So he has 4 forms, 1600 damage HP each initially, and then the last form, which you can clearly see the divide too, with 2500 HP, where he's immune against all elements, except for water as mentioned. Arcuavis was revived. Oh, look at such energy, I cannot read this fast. This is where shurikens are nice. But again, we could just throw... Oh yeah, he likes to just put us into critical HP. We could still throw water scrolls. How much damage is this actually? 800, you know, that's still acceptable. Maybe we keep the shurikens for later. Oh, yeah, quiet throw on 2 characters. Good work, very good. Mahahaha. Papa. Anyways, let's see. Galuf. Let's remove all of your equipment except you get, let's say, the healing stuff. I'm not gonna use this. I'm just curious whether this game gives you Galuf's equipment back while he's leaving your party. He probably does. It probably does not, but who knows? Anyways, this is the perfect time for our characters to learn throw, because now we're soon gonna be forced to, you know, not have 3 ninjas anymore. But that's a problem for later me, aka after this cutscene here. Hoping for anything in particular for the 4th job, says Gravibar on the YouTube side of things. That was 5 minutes ago. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at reading chat in time. Am I hoping for anything in particular? We already have Ninja, which is just overpowering everything anyways. So, I mean, do I hope for anything? I mean, we don't need anything else, realistically. But something that could help with... Oh my god, would be interesting. I actually don't know what that something might be. Summoner, I guess? We can't get Summoner. Earth Crystal is just seasoning at this point, not the main dish. Right. I mean, by the way, this is also for advanced jobs. So once we get to the end of World 3, unlocking all the tablets, we're gonna actually get 1 additional job to replace another one with. Because for some interesting reason, they didn't implement the extra dungeon in the Pixel Remaster version, but they do have it here. Which I've never seen in this version before, so I'm curious what that's gonna be about. And you know, I kind of mentioned this before, but I feel like everybody, including me, just expects this version to be genuinely terrible because it's the notorious one, if you will. And it is to an extent. But I feel like that makes the little things this version does well, and honestly looks kind of nice in some instances, stand out a lot more too. And it's kind of fun when we can focus on those things. Anyways, do I hope for anything in particular for the next job? I guess we have a way to... well, if we get Chemist, that probably would solve... well, no, it definitely would solve Omega. Chemist would absolutely just straight up solve Omega. I believe no other Earth or Wind Crystal job would have that honor of solving Omega otherwise. You were angry when you heard about that? No Necromancer shenanigans? Necromancer is a very interesting class. Just a huge shame that you can't unlock it for something like, let's say, New Game Plus. New Game Plus would actually be an interesting way to allow you to play all the jobs from the get-go in these versions. Actually, I'm mildly surprised they haven't implemented that anywhere else. Samurai, Dragoon, Dancer, Chemist. Yeah, Chemist would just make Omega easy. Like, genuinely easy mode. But nothing else would really help that much with it, would it? I guess actually no, Blue Mage would also make it quite a bit nicer. Because then we could have reflect rings and stuff on characters, while still being able to heal them through White Wind. Yeah, Blue Mage or Chemist, since again, this team already is really strong, purely thanks to Ninja's power. Admittedly, White Mage is going to shine in the late game once it gets access to all of its supportal glory. My brain went immediately to supportal combat glory. Anyways. I suppose we kind of are missing out on a few blue magic job class or things. Mostly Death Claw. We are not gonna get that until way later at this point. We can get it against Gilgamesh. That would still work. Aside from that, I guess Thief is always nice, because it just prevents back attacks. Like, genuinely, that's just nice to have. But also, since we do have guaranteed run away through smokescreen with a ninja, it's not nearly as amazing as it otherwise would be. These clouds look like landmasses drifting across the screen. Repeating. Wait. Wait. Why are we in the middle of the desert? That is not where you normally start after this cutscene. That's weird. Anyways, let's save and then unlock the last job. Well, the last job for a while. Did we crack open the Earth job yet? Nope, that is about to happen right here. So, unlock the Earth job. Let's see what it is going to be. What? Wait. That doesn't seem right. Hold up. Am I misremembering what Haboob stands for? Let's see. Haboob run. Wait. Okay, I misremembered on how the jobs are distributed. Job 4 will come from a fire or earth crystal. Why fire and earth instead of wind and earth? I got a fire crystal, I'm just confused about that. Anyways, our last job is not nearly as strong as a ninja, but it's a fun one to have. You get Beastmaster. Also, I forgot to switch Gallop and Kryl backwards. Should have done that a while ago. Alright, we have Beastmaster now. Time for dual whips. Yes, actually. We're gonna probably get there. Alrighty. Now. Beastmaster, you say. Honestly, aside from Blue Mage, I guess Beastmaster is the other job class that can fill in potential sore spots or blanks. Because Beastmasters can catch and release beasts, which have a huge, crazy, wide variety of potential effects on what you possibly can catch and release. So that's very interesting. However, we need to have at least one of each of the job classes in our team at any given point, so we can only have one ninja. I'm just trying to think what we want to do with the Beastmaster. Anyways, you need to be either White Mage or a Dancer. Let's go Dancer, why not? You know, Dancer actually looks pretty normal with this kind of stance, if you ask me. Anybody else? So this is why we got the ribbon. Let's push you guys into the back row, because there's no real reason to be in the front row. Ferris, heal us please. Anyways, I'm just confused that this type of run doesn't give us a potential wind crystal, but instead a fire crystal. Maybe it's about job distribution, because there's like 6 wind crystal jobs, but only 4 earth crystal jobs. 1 water, 2 fire, 3 wind, 4 earth. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 style. Our whoops are sandstorm, so it makes sense it has no water, but it does have more fire, and sand is very earth oriented, so more earth than wind. Okay. I just didn't expect that part. So, Dancer, what can it do? It casts the signature move of Dance, which has 4 possible outcomes, each equally likely. It can be Tempting Tango, which, if the enemy is susceptible to being confused, it will confuse them. No chance to hit, it will just confuse them. And that can technically be useful sometimes. Then it has a Mystery Waltz, which absorbs MP from the enemy. It has Jitterbug Duet, which is effectively the same as the spell Drain, absorbing HP from the enemy. By the way, both of these scale with magic power. And then it has Sword Stance, which is usually what you want from that job class. Usually. Maybe not always, but usually. And that's kind of the Dancer. It's also very frail. It has very low maximum HP, the lowest of any job class there is. And then we have Beastmaster. Its main gimmick is really just catching and releasing beasts. I'm just trying to think whether there's anything interesting I can catch and release on the upcoming sections, or whether I may even want to start thinking ahead for some of the oncoming things. Beastmaster is one of these things that rewards planning ahead. Although it's not entirely necessary, but it does help. Also, Beastmasters use whips. I could go and get the lightning whip from inside of the mountain, but this guy also sells the basic whips. They're not much weaker. But apparently they sell kunai. Huh. Time to use bears with the power of white mage. You know, actually throw on a Beastmaster, I feel like that should power up your catch and releases even more, because, you know, you can throw your beasts around. Oh, wow. Can you not land here? You can land here in other versions. Excuse me while I try for a bit. Ooh. Can I slow it down? No. So you cannot land here. It probably just straight up doesn't allow it. So normally you can land here in the back of the cave and get access to the treasure chest, including the lightning whips, very, very easily. But this... Oh, no, there... you can land! It's just pixel precise. Really? I thought they just didn't put like landable terrain there. Wait, those nut eaters actually looks really adorable. Hold up. Hold up. Can we get another encounter with these guys? You look away and we have Beraga now, sweet. Look at this guy. He has 1 HP by the way. Sorry, that guy also hits like a truck, so I didn't want to give him an opportunity to actually hit me. But let's take a look at the other little guys in here. No, 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 no. He runs away. Well, I mean, we still get the ability points from it. Also, we learned throw on Ferris now too. I guess we're just gonna keep Ferris on Ninja for the foreseeable future. Give me the other guys. I wanna take a closer look at these nut eater dudes. In a back attack, sure, why not? Yup. Look at these guys. Pretty chunky. Eating the nuts. They look very goofy. In fact, the eye placement in the exact middle there, staring into the player's soul, a little bit creepy. They are not looking at our characters. They're looking at us, the player, or the viewer. Look at these guys. They're just staring into our soul. Hypnotizing. Anyways, I'm running away. You tried Goblin punching the Skull Eater. It was immune to it and proceeded to multiply. What? Wait, can it do that? I mean, they have a lot of physical defense, don't they? They can multiply? Anyways, we can land here. But the positioning seems really precise. Okay, now I'm getting it, but I think... Yeah, look at this. Going left and right is very precise to be able to land here. If I just go away, could I even get back to... Now I can. What? That didn't let me earlier. I am so confused, bro. The Skull Eaters are immune to magic, and if you use magic, they will split into 6. I didn't actually realize that. That's crazy. That's scary. Yeah. Does that mean we could technically land here? No, right? Yeah, I don't think you can land here. Well, maybe you can. Maybe it's just another precise thing. You have to assume it's specifically magic commands rather than magic damage. Yes. Well, sometimes it's even more specific than that. Sometimes some enemies react specifically to summon damage and such. So that's interesting. Although, I guess blue magic is specifically monster type magic, I guess. Anyways, we can't give Galuf zoo anymore. Otherwise I would have given Galuf a zoo. Do we want to catch anything in particular for Gilgabridge? I mean, we have ninjas, we don't need it, but, you know. It's always fun to think ahead, potentially. We can get a death plant for reasons. We could catch an Aegir for silence, HP... What does a Rainbow Wind do again? Rainbow Wind... Okay, Rainbow Wind. Inflict status effects and HP leak. Darkness inflicted by Rainbow Wind. Rainbow Wind also mutes. And HP leak. Okay, so it is blind, mute, and HP leak with Rainbow Wind. Is that useful? I want to blind an enemy in particular. Thinking face. I'm trying to think whether or what all the interesting catch and releases are in this place. Goblins notably cast Flare, like the very basic goblins you find around the starting town. If you catch and release those, they cast Flare, which is kind of funky. It does only 1000 damage because they don't have particularly good magic power. Actually, it's less than that, isn't it? Almagus from Shield Dragons. Oh yeah, Control is gonna be interesting, isn't it? Yeah, you can't land in this strip. That's just how it is. Alrighty. Do I need to prepare anything here? Not really, we're just gonna throw scrolls. We could just catch 25% for preparation for Atmos, I guess. Then we would need to get a catch and release for later too. I guess they're always useful. Anyways, welcome to the Purobolos. These things have 1500 HP each. When you kill them, they will life 2, as in revive all of their allies with full HP, unless they're muted or their allies are still alive. Also, they can't do that if they all die at the same time, so... that just works. They didn't even try to cast life 2 for some reason. The first 2 turns, these enemies do nothing, and then in the third turn they have a 1 in 3 chance to explode for however much HP they have remaining. And yeah, I think especially older versions tend to react to specific commands rather than anything else. I don't think our dancer is gonna survive the quick counterattack, but we might as well heal him to full just in case he might. I will say at least Beastmaster makes this very interesting. Like a lot of other job classes, let's say Thief or even Monk, Knight, etc. would have just been overshadowed by the power of Ninja. But Beastmaster does offer very unique kind of tailor-made abilities to deal with enemies along the way, which is interesting. Also, Titan has 2,500 HP. He looks like he just landed after being airborne for a second, because that's what the sprite is supposed to represent, since that's how you summon him. It's a little bit more awkward when you have a little pointer finger pointing at his, you know, people like to joke that he is taking a dump kind of thing. Anyways, when he dies, he casts Earthshaker, dealing about 500 damage to our entire party, and notably, nobody actually died to that. He does have an interesting rare steal with the Gaia hammer, which is a very, very good hammer, especially for this point in the game. But unless you have both a Thief and a Berserker in your team, you can't really use that thing. Plus, getting rare steals is notoriously tricky in this game. Rare steals are in fact very rare. Right. I guess I could just go on Kazuzu's, huh? Gone Meteorite. What version of the game is this? This is the old Steam/iOS version. It's no longer for sale at all, and it does have kind of a bit of a notorious reputation for, you know, being made on the cheap. Yes, the mobile version of the game. It's also why the menus are so weird and clunky and huge. Anyways, this is Chimera Brain. This guy has 3,300 HP, and usually on his turn he just loves to throw all sorts of heavy elemental attacks at you on the entire party, dealing pretty significant party-wide damage. He, however, also has a notable weakness to all sorts of elements too. I did not mean to throw a shuriken. There goes my second shuriken. Goodbye, shuriken. I did the thing again. You like the amount of illustrations in the text boxes though, yeah. I think there was a mod somewhere that tinted the hair color of the characters in the portraits the same color as the characters have in-game, which made it a bit more relatable. Why is this a map that I can interact with? That's not what I expected at all. Like, it just opens your straight up map. That's so weird. Yeah. I mean, this version is notorious for a good reason, but at the same time, I like to point out and celebrate the little things this version is actually good at, because why not? Anyways, I think... let me think about this. Yeah, I don't have a better idea right now. I'm just gonna catch a bunch of zoos. So, in order to catch an enemy as a Beastmaster, you need to weaken the creature to 1/8 of their HP remaining or less. I'm trying to get a zoo here, the big bird guys. These guys, exactly. So let's see how much damage we do with attacks. They have 850 HP, that was like 600 damage. Attack again with you. Let's see if we can catch. I don't think we can yet. Still too strong. 92, that seems good. I think we can catch him now. Catch. No, not yet. Try again. There we go. Caught him. So they should also be preserved whenever I switch jobs away. So Lena should now theoretically have a zoo in her pocket. Even though I'm gonna switch her away to be a different job class now. So let me turn her into a ninja very briefly. I'll find the ninja, there it is. Ability, doesn't matter. Smoke. Then we turn Ferris into Beastmaster and do the same thing. So releasing a zoo will deal damage to the enemy equivalent to 25% of their maximum HP to the entire enemy group, and it does work on bosses. Most percentage-based damage does not work on bosses, this one does. That is 750? Wait, no, that's not right at all. Oh no, that was way more damage than I anticipated would be. Whips deal double damage to flying enemies for some reason. So do bows. Also, I think they can't miss. Let's throw a flamethrower. Oh yeah, the ribbon protects us from the old stuff. 620. This is not enough, is it? Yeah, but one more physical attack from Butts should do the trick here. Come on. There we go, alright. Now we have 2 zoos in the pocket. Of course, we can only release them if we are a Beastmaster right now, but when we get enough ability points as a Beastmaster, we'll be able to use them outside of that too. Right. But you're a Beastmaster for now. And Ferris, you go back to being the ninja. I forgot that I had a 4-stop class to switch things around. It's okay. Lena, you go back to being... What were you before just now? No, you were not the ninja. Oh, you were the Beastmaster, that's right. Fight Mage is fine for now. Throw stuff. Right, we want one more. Ow. Rude. Okay, we throw... Actually, this will probably kill them, doesn't it? Yeah. With the full white magic power on Ferris, that just knocks them out. So, attack instead. 360, 130 is 490. Plus 70 is 560. I think I need to change your weapon. Equipment. Oh, you have a mango. That's good. We work with this. 152 gives us defense. What was it? 560. 130. I think this might not be quite good enough to catch right now. Yeah. Let's have Lena attack one more time. Hope that she doesn't hit too high. Maybe? I think that might not be enough. Oh, it is, okay. Right, and we now have 3 zoos in our pocket. to release on enemies whenever we want to. If nothing else, these are always useful. Well, saved a few times where enemies actually absorb wind damage as healing. That's like the one exception kind of thing. But with this, I believe we are pretty much done with World 1. We could go and buy elemental scrolls, but we're gonna get to another shop sometime soon anyway, so we don't need to stock up on them right now. But also, I have to admit, playing this version is weirdly exhausting. It's like everything is just a little bit janky to use. Everything is just a little bit awkward to navigate the menu. So I think I'm gonna take it easy for today. So we're gonna hop into World 2 next time with renewed hope that, you know, Ninja is going to carry us through everything, and where Ninja might be lacking, Beastmaster will cover for good. Except for maybe Omega not. Unless this version also turns Beastmasters into Omega killers. It probably does not. I would be very surprised if they didn't fix that bug from the Game Advance version. But who knows? Alright everybody, I'm done for today, so thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night. Bye bye. Oh, also, actually, can you do YouTube comments on this video here? I'm just curious if you can. If somebody already commented, don't worry about it, but I'm just curious. Good night.